online to the agenda is, okay, it's fixed now.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
previously. Okay,
it
thank
did
you.
not show in the highlight, but it's now active. Yeah. Do I have any members of the public who have any comments on the agenda? I don't see any. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So motioned.
Second,
Yes.
I'd like, sorry about that. Would like to pull the board meeting calendar, item 9E. We just need to do a couple of adjustments, and I think saving the board time, discussion time on something we know that's going to come back anyhow would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Need to amend the motion.
Second.
They have a motion,
I amend the motion.
second. Have a motion by trustee DeFazio and a second by trustee Conley to approve the agenda with item 9E removed. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, this is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. I have one card for an in-person speaker. Mr. Nelson? Yes.
Do we need a timer as well?
Is that on? Yeah, I can hear that's on. Okay, now I can practice my wedding singer. Yeah, what I wanted to talk to you about was there is something on the closed session agenda which talks about negotiating what the associate superintendent's contracts are. And one of the things, unfortunately, I didn't find if it is, well, still what I think a problem. There was a clause in several of the associate superintendent's contracts that said, we will be given the same health benefits as the superintendent. And any health benefits that you give to the superintendent will, by this contract, apply to us. And at one time, there started to be what some of us would consider creep into what the superintendent was getting for compensation. And that included not only a healthcare plan comparable to the healthcare plans we were given, that teachers could be given, and there was a number of them that you could get. But it also included something that was essentially equivalent in the terms I read it in plain English, that, and our two people who do HR and budget would know that better, how much it resulted in. But essentially you can, the superintendent was allowed to get reimbursed for any other medical expenses that they had. In other words, if you have a copay, he could put in to have his copay amounts over the year paid for by the district. And then that cascaded down to the other associate superintendents. Now, one of the things that this district and most districts do, I don't know what Anna's district is doing, is we assume our management is getting the same kind of health benefits as we give our employees. that management employees are not treated special. They are not given extra perks that, sometimes they are. A phone, um, a house mortgage, right, which is something brand new that we did, or I didn't do it. But we were thinking of it even before it was done. So I would really like to have you look at that, see if you can figure out if that is still in there and take it out. Because it's not treating the management the same as your regular employees, and particularly your teaching staff and principals. And the other thing is, does it apply to cosmetic surgery? Can I get my craniotomy scars fixed, which would cost $7,000 or $8,000 if I was a superintendent? Kaiser Permanente wouldn't pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any more speakers in public and none online. And we will move to closed session at 4:38. Okay, I'd like to bring this meeting back to order. No, no decisions were made in closed session. Next item on our agenda is one of the best of the whole evening. Item number 5. Can you guess what that is? It's a San Antonio Vargas School elementary school showcase. Take it away.
I think I'm on. All right. All right. So this is the Vargas Showcase, and I'd like to bring up two of our teachers, Mrs. Vargas and Mrs. Stokes, to join me as well. Yeah. These are two of our kinder teachers. They've been with us since the beginning of Vargas, so they're going to be joining, and you'll see them in our video presentation. So thanks. All right. Whenever Shelly's, oh, the presentation showing? It was. All right. So I'll go ahead and get started so we don't waste too much time. So for our Vargas School Showcase, the thing I would like to highlight from our strategic plan is goal area number 2, which is inclusive and welcoming environment. Specifically initiatives 2A and 2B, equitable and effective support of positive student behavior and ensuring an integrated, consistent approach to social emotional learning. And so I'd like to start by a celebration, right? So at our school for the last few years, been working really hard. And for the past 2 years, 2023 and 2024, we were awarded the Healthier Generations. We were listed as one of America's healthiest schools. Last year, we were also designated as a No Place for Hate school. And then one of the things I'm really proud of is Acknowledge Alliance awarded us the Educator Team of the Year. And I really want to highlight one specific person, our custodian, Luis, who was part of that team. And I think that goes to show that in our community, everyone matters. And so he was awarded because even when our students are having issues, they can come to our custodian for help and support. And so it's not just our classroom teachers, it's not just our instructional aides and the principal, it's everyone in our community, including our parents. There are parents who help out. And so that's really the crux of our school. And so you can go ahead and go to the next slide. And so our school counseling program is new at all of our school sites. But at Vargas, one of the things that our our school counseling program does is support school-wide implementation. And so she's part of our cost support team. Every class gets a monthly classroom SEL lesson. But we also, in addition to the curriculum that we're using, she's added on a special curriculum that's just at Vargas, which we're focusing on conflict resolution. And so as a grade, each month we're doing grade level assemblies about conflict resolution. Our first one was big problem versus small problems. And then now this month what we're working on is how can we use our words to and actions, verbal communication to share when we have conflicts and solve problems. Additionally, our counselor works with our students one-to-one when they need it. So as part of that MTSS system, she is working with the whole school. She's working with small groups, and then she's also working individually. And then sometimes we do have crises on campus, and she helps support those. And those can be tiny crises, like a kinder who is a little bit homesick. But then sometimes there are more serious crises that she also helps support with. And then one of the things I think is a favorite for our students is during recess, we have a recess room. And then finally, she connects our families to outside resources when the school support just isn't quite enough. And so if you go through, these are just some pictures of some of the things that we do. So this is a counseling space that she's created. And during recess, kids can come in, they do things like they have tactile things like sand. You can go through some of the pictures and we'll talk. We have a Vargas Wellness Tree. And students in there, they write down what brings them happiness to their lives. And so that's something that we share with our community. These are some more outside activities that they do, things like watercoloring, kinetic sand, magnet tiles, building blocks, and kids can come every day at recess time to do this. And go ahead and go to the next one. There's a little more drawings, some of the kids, and you can flip through a little more. There's some more. And then one of the other things that we do as part of our whole school-wide is that every month or about every month, we try to do a recess activity, and we have parent volunteers come in, and we also have our student council help out support those. And so this is just an example from our Halloween Boo Bash. And so we were donated 105 pumpkins from one of our local grocery stores, and the kids got to come in and decorate pumpkins. We've done activities for Hispanic Heritage Month. We did a Lunar New Year activity, and we have a World Kindness Day. So if you go to the next slide, we United Against Hate Week. We've done activities, World Kindness Day, and then, like I said, you can go ahead and click through. When she's doing lessons with our classrooms, one of the things that she's doing is she's supporting how to help each student grow in their SEL skills, right? Skills, SEL is not something you just exist. It is a skill that you're developing. And so these lessons help develop these skills. And so these are our kinder. One of the activities is about community. That's our Mountains of Listening Better Together theme is community. And so they're learning about the community, and then they bring it together, and their hands represent things that are important to them as part of our community. Okay. This is our warm wishes. Again, our students are sharing things about themselves so that we get to know a little bit more about them, but then they also get to share with each other what they want for the world. And so you can see what kids care about. So I wish that everyone had everything they needed and there was no homelessness. That's something that's important for our students. I wish there was no littering and no more wars. That's something that's super important for our students, and that's something that they think about. And I know, we think about our elementary school students, and they don't really have a sense of the world, but they really do. And so that's important that we recognize that comes in and impacts them when we have discussions. We can go into the next one. This is our piece. Like I said, we're focusing on conflict resolution, and Ms. Ragas and Mrs. Dux help with our student council. And so if you click on the next slide, there's a quick video that our student council made that I'll share with the piece. And so we talked about big problems versus little problems.
Today we're going to be showing examples of big problems and small problems. Is this a big problem or a small problem?
Hey, you cut. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to. That's okay. Could you please go back in your spot? Okay, sorry.
That was a small problem.
My drawing is so good. Botticelli, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, they would be so jealous of this. Yours is so stupid I can't even look at it. Stop saying that. It's not nice. You're a loser. You have to deal with that.
Let's go tell Miss Sophie. Hey, Sophie. She's bullying her.
Thank you for telling me. Bullying is a big problem. And just know that I'm here to help.
That was a big problem.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you.
It's okay. I know it was an accident.
Thank you for understanding.
Yeah, next time let's be more careful.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
That was a small problem.
Okay, let's see.
That was a big problem.
Could I please use the red crayon? I'm using it right now. Could I use it after you? Okay, sure. I'll use the blue one for now. Okay.
That was a small problem. When something happens, I want you to remember, is it a big problem or a small problem?
If it's a big problem, then go tell a trusted adult.
But if it's a small problem, we will be learning strategies using Council's wheel.
Make good choices!
Some of our actors are in the room today. And so, again, like I said, at our school site, what we notice is that at recess time specifically, sometimes kids get into bigger conflicts because they don't have the skills to solve some of those big problems, or they're small problems, and those small problems become bigger problems because they argue about something that really is a small problem that we can solve. And so our goal right now this month is we're focusing on how do we problem solve those small problems? What are some strategies that we're going to be doing? And so the next thing I do want to talk about is student council and student groups. And so one of the things that I'm really excited about at Vargas is that we allow students to start and initiate groups. And so in clubs at recess time. And so the way it works is any student can start a club that they're interested in. And so all they have to do is write a proposal, and then they present their proposal to me. And really the proposal is, what do you want to do, when you're going to meet, who's going to help oversee, because we want to make sure that you have the space. And then does it make sense? Is it feasible for you to do? And then they create an advertisement, and then they can share what they're doing with the students. And so there's a quick video link. It's 30 seconds, but it's super cute for me.
Want to come make some squishies? Come to our squishy club. We'll show you how to make squishies in room 1. Hope we see you there. Hope to see you there. Bye. Join us in room 1.
And so those girls came up to me and they said, we want to start a squishy club. I have no idea what a squishy club is, but that's something that they're interested in, and it's something that they want to engage. And I think it's one of our more popular clubs that meets. And when if Miss Dukes isn't there in room 1 on Mondays for some reason, they're sad. And so we had a drama club as well, and the students wrote a script, and then they tried to produce it. It didn't quite work out, but they at least tried. And so those are the sort of things that we want to encourage for our students, because when students have things that they're interested in outside of school, they're wanting to come to school, and that's how we create that welcoming environment for our students. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is our student council. And this year we did it a little differently. Normally for student council, 3rd through 5th grade, they have 2 representatives from their classroom, a main person and an alternative. But this year we had so many kids apply, and it was really hard to cut them. And so what our kinder team decided to do was that anyone who wanted to do student council, they could do that, but we would split up the work. And so if you do the video, they explain a little better than I just did, but and there's some student voice in there.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Duck. I am Mrs. Ragas. And we are the Student Council teacher representatives at Vargas. The Student Council this year is a little bit unique because we decided to divide it into 3 groups based on student interests. Students in 3rd through 5th grades wrote an essay, and based on the responses to those essays, they were placed into either 3 groups. That would be Green Team, Student Support, or Student Activities. Here's the Student Council to tell you a little bit more.
We are the Green Team!
The Green Team is part of Student Council, and we all help to make the school healthier and cleaner.
We partner with the Eco Team to have a better impact on the school.
We plan inclusive school-wide activities.
such as Lunar New Year activities and No Place for Hay Week.
We also have a holiday card making as well.
And also Spirit Week.
We made this poster for Black History Month. The entire school collaborated to make this masterpiece.
We are the Student Support Team. Student support helps kids when they're sad. We also help kids solve small problems. The student support team can also help students by helping them start their day off right. We do this by supporting them and helping them transition into school at the upper grade lineup area and the kinder lineup area. Student Council does a lot for Vargas and helps Vargas be the best it can be.
Oh, great. And I do want to give a special shout out. So all of those videos were edited by a student. And so they took on that task and they do that work because that's something that he's really passionate about and he fully does the editing. And I think that's just great and represents the type of voice that we want to give our students, the type of independence and autonomy that we want to give our students. And I hope that it is a welcome and inclusive environment. We have our group here and we have so many parents who participate. So that's all we have right now officially. If you have questions or anything like that for us, I'm willing to take some questions.
Okay, thank you very much. It was great. Do you like to have a picture with us up front here?
You guys want a picture? Yeah. Yeah.
Say something quick. Mr.
I
Taylor,
have a question here.
when I was visiting, was that last week?
Yes.
I was visiting Vargas last week and I remember talking to Mr. Taylor and he was telling me about the school and what was special about it. And when he mentioned student council and you had reformatted it this year, I thought that was interesting. But when I heard that the kindergarten teachers actually ran student council, that's pretty unique. And I think it speaks to the climate of the school and the dedication of the staff there. So thank you for doing that. It's not typical that kindergarten teachers lead student council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we go on, we have an agenda. We'll be here till 10 o'clock tonight. So anybody want to stay till 10 o'clock?
I want to have Tara speak to one item and I want to have Tara speak to one item. So,
Okay, and so I'll just, you can pull it and then. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Anybody have any comments on the consent agenda? Jeff?
yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to ask to pull K, but I think
Yeah, we're prepared for that. Thank you. And Ms. Vickard will speak to that.
Any member of the public wish to speak in the consent agenda? I don't see anybody in person and no one online. So do I have you want to pull it and speak to it now and then we'll group it together?
Want to do that?
I was going to speak to it.
All right. So there were some questions about item K, and our Chief Human Resources Officer is here to speak to that and just to clarify what is in that agenda item. So
Thank you very much. So the layoff of temporary classified employees is an item that we have to bring every year by March 15th, just like we do for certificated staff. And the positions that are listed tonight are truly temporary positions. So the at-risk intervention supervisor was an additional temporary position that we hired to substitute for somebody who's out on leave. So there is no reduction of the actual number of at-risk intervention supervisors within the district. This is truly a temporary position that the employee knew was going to be temporary, just to cover for somebody who's out, because we know how important it is to have that position all year long, and we didn't want to be lacking an employee. A couple of the other positions, as we bring back every year, are a few extra hours that schools provide to staff members to increase their hours at the school throughout the year. Those have to be brought back every year. And so we lay off those extra hours, and the following year, if the school has funding and chooses to do that, they'll bring it back. Our LVNs are part of a grant-funded position, so we bring them almost every year, and then we bring them back as soon as we hear back about our funding. And so each of these positions is intended to be temporary, and we're not reducing any full-time employment for staff. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Yeah, it sort of is.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Conley, a second by, sorry, such trustee Henry, to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Go on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. See you up there, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening. I'd like to address the board on making sure you take care of what the main issue of this institution is. And the main institution of this issue is not employing superintendents and associate superintendents and superintendents or intern superintendents or chiefs and directors. It's mainly employing teachers and making sure students have a good learning environment and are able to thrive and do well. And part of the problem is when you spend budget money on higher levels of general administration over the average elementary schools than you do for pupil support services. These are budget items that have wide swaths of particular categories where they will show up in the budget. And what happens will be you'll have things like this happen. When you get rid of community engagement people in the high-risk schools, you go from having your rankings of your schools. Do this. Take a look at what happens to Castro. This is a ranking with an API type of system where you take the math and the English and you put in a portion of science, and then you figure out what, based on how well the adjusted numbers are, not the percent that are getting above, getting 3 and 4 class, but what the adjusted numbers are for what each of those classes is. And here's what you find. In our district, Castro is not doing well, and it has not been doing well in rankings. These are versus the like 5,800 elementary schools in the state of California. Up at the very top, you've always seen, since I've been looking at these kinds of rankings, you see Stevenson and you see Huff or Omai. Well, are we doing a good job? Here's what happens when you look at these rankings a year later from 2023 to 2024. Castro's gone down. Now you could say, well, that's because the other schools around it, similar, have gone up. That's true. This isn't an absolute ranking. This is a relative ranking. You see the same kinds of things, though, about where they are on this poll if you look at the rankings in general. So make sure you focus on spending money on where the students beat the learning, not on other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Taylor, your comment will come on the next agenda item
Okay.
on communications. Okay. Mr. Gunathon?
Thank you. Good evening. I just want to mention I missed my chance to speak on the consent items, but I had my hand raised in Zoom and somehow it was missed. So I hope it's okay if I make a couple comments on the consent items. On the contracts, there's a contract for 99 or 98.9K with Hanover Research. This is one of the questionable vendors that we have engaged with really no specific scope of work, just research services. How are we spending almost $100,000 for unspecified research services again? When is this going to end? When is the public actually going to see what we are hiring these vendors for? So I'm very disappointed to see Hanover Research appear again. And I want to mention something that former trustee Nelson mentioned. A $150,000 maintenance contract on buses and other vehicles was not put under maintenance. It was put under special services, allowing you to bypass getting multiple bids on it. This is, again, a continuation of the deceit and the lack of honesty and transparency and expecting that the public isn't going to notice these things. $150,000 single bid for transportation maintenance services put under special services. I really think you need to look at that again. Those are my main comments for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public online who have any community comments? I don't see any, so we will move on to item 8, communications. Do we have a report from employee organizations?
I may have written it down wrong. I had a non-agenda item.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
Please do the non-agendized item.
Okay, sorry about that. Last board meeting, one of the commenters mentioned that for school site plans, they wanted to bring back the schools presenting to the school board. And I wanted to voice my opinion about that. And the current process, I think, really works for principals and for the communities that we work with. Developing the school site plans is a months-long process where we engage lots of stakeholders. We hold school site council meetings that are open to the public. We have ELAC meetings that are open to the public. I know personally, I hold principals' coffees that are open to my community, or I explain the process and get feedback from the different stakeholders. I also meet with board members where they are able to ask questions in depth that you can't necessarily get at the school board meeting with 11 schools. It's not it's a marathon. The other opposition I do have to having a school board meeting where we do a marathon is I get to work at 6 a.m. most mornings. Having to stay through the board meeting late at night really impacts my ability to be there for the children the next morning. And so if there's any way we can alleviate that sort of system where we're waiting in a room to present on something where the public has had ample opportunity to view our site plans or post it for about a month for anyone to view and ask those questions ahead of time. And so I just wanted to voice my opinion about not doing a school board meeting where we review those site plans. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 8, communications. Employee organizations. Anyone from an employee organization wishing to speak? I do not see any. The interim superintendent report.
Yes, good evening. Good to see you. A couple of items. First, a congratulatory item. Acknowledge Alliance has named Graham Principal Sebastian Benavides as an 2005 Educator of the Year. We're very happy about that. Acknowledge Alliance cited Mr. Benavides' advocacy for confidential student consultation meeting space, as well as creating a school environment where teachers want to come to work each day, and insisting that student well-being be at the forefront of all decision-making. So we want to congratulate Mr. Benavides for that. Very proud of his efforts over at Graham. The second is around the workforce housing project that the district has undertaken. As we know, Mountain View Wisconsin School District staff housing is an ambitious and very complex project that was taken on in order to ensure that high quality staff can continue to live in this extremely high cost area and work in Mountain View Wisconsin School District. It's been years in planning and supported by our community in 2020 with a successful bond Measure T. This project will impact our community for years and decades to come by connecting high quality staff directly to our students, a large determiner, in fact, the single greatest determiner of student success. The lease-up process for this will take time. This is great news that people are moving in. All of our employees and parents have the same goal, provide the very best for the kids of this community. But it's on us to find the best path forward. Some successes. Mountain View Wisconsin School District successfully completed the construction of the 144-unit facility. Open for only 2 weeks now, since February 21st. Mountain View Wisconsin School District is currently exceeding projections for the number of apartments rented. We've rented 36 units total, with 23 staff members having already moved in. Currently, we've leased approximately the total number of projected move-ins through April 30. Our housing budget has a built-in assumption of vacancy stabilization as of August 1st at 90%, or about 130 units. The district has a productive staff housing oversight committee and a board of trustees who are keenly focused on examining every possible pathway to ensure the project is cost-effective and serves the greatest number of staff members. Tonight, we're discussing a couple of agenda items that are a part of that. There are challenges with this project. Our district needs to explore ways to reduce the cost of the land lease, currently $1.9 million annually, with an escalating 2 to 4% each year. We need to do this to reduce project expenses and potentially reduce rents for our staff. Some of our staff members are kind of in this middle income level and have stated that the BMR rents, the below market rate rents, are still unaffordable. We need to look at that. We know that, right? These are part of the opening bumps that we expect to have to address, and we will address. The district needs to sustain the tenant interest in order to realize the 90% occupancy in August to make this a break-even budget. These are all the challenges we have in front of us. We know that. there are expected to be some challenges moving forward as you open a property, as you begin on this path. Looking at the path forward, there are aspects of the project that cannot be changed at this point. We know that. While there are limitations, staff housing is a long-term asset. We also know that there are some of those aspects of the project that to some appear to be fixed, but we know they are variable, right? We do still have some leverage to move pieces of this to make it more accessible to our staff. We are talking with our staff members about rental price points, and we'll continue to gather data about rents and affordability. I know there's a conversation with a teacher who spoke at the House Oversight Committee earlier this week, sorry. Met with her this week, gathered some additional information, got some good insight that with information we can move forward with. That's how it's supposed to work, right? We gather information and move forward and make adjustments. The district is engaging with experts, talking to many weekly in order to build a cadre of professionals with whom to consult and or engage during this process. I'm talking about land use attorneys and professionals, affordable housing attorneys and professionals, land acquisition attorneys, local real estate developers with affordable housing experience, and asset management professionals. All of these things are in the works. I've engaged also with Peter Ingram. He's a community development and project management consultant to work with us on an hourly basis. He'll work with the Mountain View Wisman staff and take direction to coordinate the staff housing work, including working with the property management firm and marshaling expert legal and real estate service. I worked with Peter in Los Altos, where I last worked as a superintendent. He was instrumental in coordinating the experts and the process for us to acquire in Los Altos the property in the San Antonio Precise Plan, right? These are the types of experts we need to help the board get to the best outcome on this project. So I just wanted to update you on some of the goings on. There's a lot happening with this, and just wanted to share with you those things out loud.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item now. Item 9, action and discussion. For the first presentation is a staff housing document summary and review. And to be clear, this is a discussion item.
All right, good evening, trustees. So we put this item on the agenda because we realized that it was difficult for new trustees and for members of the public to find all of the documents. So the purpose of this discussion today is to have all staff housing documents in one place. And then Phil Henderson, who is the district's legal counsel, will kind of walk through each one very briefly to kind of create an overall history. Give me just a moment to get it up.
I got that too. Make it bigger. Good evening. As Rebecca said, I'm going to go through these agreements. I'm not going to dive too deeply into them. There's about a dozen or so, but I do want to walk and maybe fly at 10,000 feet, and we'll walk through them briefly and explain what they are. And thankfully, they are all in one place now, so we can easily determine what they are and what they did. If everyone can see the first one. These are, in essence, chronologically laid out. The first set of documents are the documents between the district and I say MVO. That's the developer. Originally it was Forpay, then it was Miramar, and they established MVO. There's another group that'll come up on the next page, or the documents that included the city, because the city was a partner in here. And then there's a couple of other ones near the end that were, if you will, not so easily categorized. So first, let's talk about the development agreement. And we've highlighted the dates so we can get a kind of idea how this flowed out. This was the original development agreement from 2019. For these types of projects, we knew there were going to be a lot of agreements that flowed from it, but we needed a starting point. We needed a place to establish the relationship, what was the expectations, et cetera. And as you can see there, it lays out different exhibits that are either going to be separate agreements that flow, and we're going to talk about in just a minute, or were exhibits that laid out certain details that were reality at that point, including the $56 million budget, which we'll talk about in a few minutes about the design and construction. It had the ground lease terms, and then it went through what the CC&Rs will be, which we'll get to in a minute, and other construction agreement summary terms. The next document to that was amendment number 1. Look at the date on amendment number 1. That was March 2020. If anybody remembers what was going on in March 2020. There were delays already on the project going forward on getting costing, other developments from the developer. Also in March 2020, we knew there were going to be delays coming up because of COVID. So all that amendment number 1 did was extend the closing date to gather many of these documents. We pushed it out to the end of 2020. We were somewhat optimistic because we thought things were going to be great by the end of 2020. In any event, the next document that comes up that's laid out here, number 2, which is the reimbursement agreement. That lays out what the payments were going to be and some detail on the $56 million for that particular project, meaning how much was going to go to management of the project, to design of the project, paying fees, markup, et cetera. And that's laid out in the reimbursement agreement. There are 3 amendments to the reimbursement agreement. One thing that happened during these amendments was originally the developer was going to build our building. We were going to pay them to build our building. That's what the first reimbursement agreement was about. During those between 2021 and 2023, was in the middle of 2022, the developer asked us, now, can you enter into an agreement directly with the contractor? So that's one of the agreements we'll get to in a few minutes, but I just chronologically want to place it here because the reimbursement agreement was amended 3 times, and one of those included, we're going to start making payments directly to the contractor. Without going into too much detail on the amendments, the first amendment was relatively short, updated some key points. The second amendment was very key. And again, the timing there is important to note. That was in the middle of 2022. That jumped to the escalation, the price of the contract went from $56 million to $85 million for the design, construction management, and construction of the agreement. So what had happened, and this is probably one of the agreements I'll go into a little bit of detail on, because this has become a topic for some folks to discuss. How did it all of a sudden become an $85 million project? The $56 million was originally an estimate that came from the developer. There was very little due diligence at that point. We knew it probably would escalate some, but nobody knew for sure what was going to happen. At the time of that estimate, which is probably mid-2019 when they came up with a number, and when the price came from the actual contractor, based on late 2021, but early 2022, a lot of things had happened. Lumber escalated drastically because of COVID. The COVID pricing escalated. By the way, this is all stick-built buildings. This is a wooden, this is not a steel building. This was a stick-built building. So those price factors definitely kicked in. And the direct cost from the contractor was the key component of that. Direct costs went up to, I have to put my glasses on so I can read it, from 39 million, and all the other costs to get to 56, went up to 58. So, oh, that should only be 20 million. Well, when the direct costs go up, everything else goes up. The bond costs go up, the insurance costs go up, everything goes up from a percentage from that. So you can look at the table that's attached to amendment number 2 and see the breakdown of how it got to 85 million. But that was the impact of what happened during that time period, largely because of COVID and the escalation that happened and the unsureness of the market. Now, ultimately, we got 3 prices from contractors for that building. The ultimate contractor, Palisades, was the lowest bidder for that building. So it went through a procurement process. Yes, it was drastically more than the $56 million, but that was the cost of construction at that time. And we asked the district's construction manager to take a look, and he says the pricing ultimately for the building was about right per square footage cost, 85 million for the size of the building, et cetera. That did not surprise him. And, you know, in hindsight, great 2020, yes, 56 million was way too low. We knew it was going to be higher. Nobody expected it to jump as much as it did. This is by way of explanation. And again, that's probably the longest discussion I'll have on a particular document going through, but I wanted to make sure we hovered on that for a few minutes because that has been a topic of conversation. Okay, moving forward then on the CCNR, so it's the declarations of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, like an HOA has on particular pieces of property. There are those on the property right now because again, we have a ground lease and we have restrictions what we're allowed to do in the property. Those are ultimately recorded in November of 20, or recorded in December, but approved in November 2022. There was a construction management agreement, kind of lagged behind because frankly, MVO was managing the construction. We had actually, the district also hired Greystone to also kind of overseeing it to make sure we had our own person on staff, you know, overseeing what was going on. It ultimately didn't get signed at the end of last year. They were continuing to do the work, but it lagged behind the developer for whatever reason. And payments for that are all within that $85 million. So those amendments oftentimes moved money from the contingency into paying for the construction management. So that 85 million captured any money that was being paid under that construction management agreement. That was part of the management of the project. Finally, the ground lease, as you know, because this board approved it just a month and a half ago, that's for the lease of the property. We've had multiple discussions now whether or not, you know, we're going to try to buy the property. That'd be great. But right now we're under that ground lease. That ground lease ultimately got negotiated. There were some questions earlier on, if you recall, how much was the insurance going to be, how much the insurance going to cost, et cetera. That delayed it a little bit, and then there was other back and forth with the developer. But ultimately, this board approved it back in January of 2025. Okay, that's it for that page. So documents that included the city. Briefly, there's a thing called the side letter here, and it's the district was signatory to it, but the reality is all it did was, let me take a step back. We were negotiating the BMR agreement, which is the next one coming up. MVO needed to start doing some work on the foundation. They couldn't get a foundation permit. The city was saying, well, we're not going to allow the foundation permit till we resolve what we're doing with the 20 units and what the below market rate's going to be. Eventually, there was discussions between the developer and the city. Well, let us get the foundation permit. That's what the side letter basically constituted. If we know we're going to do the BMR agreement in the next 30 or 60 days, and ultimately was 60 days afterwards. But they need to get that permit done so they can break ground in the summer of 2022. Ultimately, that's all the side letter did. It did lay out, if you will, the deal points that were going to ultimately end up in the BMR agreement. But the only reason it really existed is because they wanted to get the construction moving before we were final on the BMR agreement. We included here, because it is a document, the district was party to it. It didn't really change much. Well, it changed a lot for the developer because they could break ground and get started to do the work, but it didn't really impact ultimately the deal that the district had. Finally, the BMR agreement, that's the ultimate agreement. Well, I shouldn't say the ultimate agreement, but an important agreement having to do with the below market rate restrictions and allowances the district has on the project, meaning you're at 80% of AMI to 120% of AMI. The BMR program in the city's a little bit different. This is I'll call it an in lieu agreement. We're not complying with every requirement of the BMR code. That's the city of Mountain View. We are complying with some of them that are referenced in the agreement, but the agreement controls. So again, we're between 80 and 120% in our building. It also established the 20 units the city has first right of refusal on. It included the waterfall, meaning that if we don't fill it up with our employees, then it goes to the two surrounding districts, goes to the city, and ultimately at the end of the day, if we can't fill it up, then it would go to the public. All that's laid out in the BMR agreement. That's a very key document that ultimately got finalized in 2022. At the same time, if anybody was keeping track at the time, part of the agreement with the city for the 20 units was they had to contribute funds to compensate the district for those 20 units. Part of the city agreement for the 20 units includes payments that were given from MVO and conditions for us to get 144 parking spaces and full access to the amenities, plus a cash contribution from the city. So the city took advantage of both MVO's, if you will, dedication or contribution, of the tune, I want to say 13 million, plus the $3 million round numbers payment from the city. Part of the deal also was that the district agreed not to do anything at the Cooper site to take away from the field that's there right now, the public access to the field. So that's the 7, 8, and 8A. 7 was the BMR agreement. Second agreement related to the 20 units and the contribution that was coming from the city, plus the, if you will, taking credit from MVO for their 13 million, if I remember the number correctly. And then the declaration of restrictions is recorded now on the Cooper site, that we will not do anything to the site to take away from that field use by the public. As if we'll recall, 6 or 7 years ago, we were considering doing employee housing at the Cooper site. This was a, if you will, a quid pro quo that happened for the first 8A, that agreement. Take a breath. Finally, the other documents that exist in the world related to this project. Probably we're about at a dozen, just under a dozen. The construction agreement, nothing magical about that. That's our agreement with the contractor to build the building. So obviously not for the 85 million, a chunk of that money, the 85 includes us, our payments for the reimbursement agreement for the design, for the MVO to manage the project and some other permitting. But the actual construction, the direct cost, that's the construction agreement in number 9. We had discussions in early 2022 regarding when to come be our property management company. We were going back and forth on the terms. We had to get them started. So we have a preliminary agreement with WIN for, I think it was less than $100,000. It was a small amount of money to get them started for the first few months. And eventually we ended up in August of this past year, the final agreement the district has with WIN right now, which is agreement number 11, the management of the facility right now. Overrode, and the preliminary agreement's now really dead. It's not operative. The main agreement from August 2024 is the one that's operative right now. We are working on capturing with NVO's company, who does the overall maintenance of the site. We have committed to pay 20% of whatever the cost is for the common areas, because again, that's approximately what our use of the area is going to be. Plus, there's some other items that are captured under the management agreement with the WIN, managing our office, managing the building internally, et cetera, things like that. There's what we're trying to nail down now is what fully gets captured with the agreement with MVO's company who does this work versus what we're going to capture in our separate agreement. We should be done with that, I think, in the next month or two, but we're clarifying the scope and making sure the pricing is going to be copacetic. That was my relatively quick walkthrough about a dozen agreements. So a little walk through history. So most of this stuff all happened in the past few years.
Okay, questions of the board? I will start off with a question. Where does the Korean bank fit in to this?
MVO is a developer in the area, probably within the state. When they were financing this project, they had original financiers that I think during COVID stepped away. That was part of the delay that also happened. So there's Korean investors on MVO's side for its project. So funding for the development from Miramar came from a handful of investors. I think there's, and again, we haven't unraveled, and it's not necessarily our job to unravel where their money came from. I don't think it's just Korean investors. I think there's some European investors and there's probably some domestic investors, but there's definitely Korean investors. And the main reason it comes up is usually because of the time difference and we're trying to get confirmation. So,
but the school district was not involved in that?
No, we are not.
Thank you. Trustee Henry?
So I know the development agreement, the document number 1, was signed in September 2019, but approved in March 2019, which is about a year before the bond was passed. What was the plan at the originally to pay for that 56 million?
A handful of discussions about where the funding would come from. We discussed COPS. In fact, I mean, I don't think I'm breaching a privilege when I say this, because you had not passed the bond yet. We had worked with the financial advisor, and we advised the board, do not count on passing the bond. I mean, we had faith in the community. We thought the bond would pass. But if you're going to move forward with this, then COPS would likely be that's certificates of participation for the publics. We call them mini bonds. That would have most likely have been the funding. There was probably no other source for funding at that time. Now that would have a lot would have happened. I don't know if this would have gone forward. We already have the ground lease obligation, even though we were trying to negotiate down to $1. If we had debt service plus the ground lease, I don't know how this would have necessarily penciled out.
And then one other question that I think it's in the trustee questions, I think probably from several of us. So the answer may just be that you're working on it, but some of the documents on this list have a board action date and some don't. So I'm curious about if those can be filled in so we can know. In particular, I'm curious about document number 2.
Yes, so it's almost finished. We added a third column and recorded the yes votes, the date, and so all of it's there. We needed just a little bit more time. We're almost there, but it should be posted by tomorrow for you.
Trustee Conley?
Yes, something that I would love to include. Mostly, I've done this for myself and I found it really helpful when looking back. Um, but I think it's helpful for the public too. This project has been around for a long time and there's been many times that it's been agendized either on closed session or an open session. And so I think there's at least 4 or 5 different boards who have worked on this. And so I think it would be helpful for the public to also have that listing of all of the different times it was agendized with links to, and this might not be you, this might be our own internal process. And I have shared a document where I have tried to do this for myself as well, but it links to every single agenda and cover sheet where those are available when this was discussed in some format. Because it's one thing to have the documents, and I think what trustees are trying to get to, I assumed that the questions about who voted what came from some of our newer trustees, right? Because they're trying to understand how this all evolved, and I think that having links to the different agendas and dates when this was discussed and people can go back and watch the video of the discussion, for example, and get a better idea of how this evolved over time. Some of these discussions were closed session and there were, I don't know, 5 or 6 closed sessions where the original development agreement was negotiated before I even came on the board. And I wasn't a part of those, but there's no video of that because it was all closed session. So we're not going to have kind of the insight there, but for the open session ones, I think it would be really helpful to have if that's feasible.
We can definitely do that. Might not be ready by tomorrow.
I'm happy to also share what I have already done, which might be a starting point, but there's probably things I missed.
Just, you provided me with something that's basically what Trustee Conley was asking for. So you have that, yeah.
That was actually Trustee Conley's.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I might have seen it too.
Any further questions? I'll open it up for comments from the public. I have some cards here. Start off with Lily Hendra.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Bayer. I was listening to what Phil was saying, and something really stuck in my brain, that he acknowledged that when the project was budgeted at $56 million, there was no due diligence done. And that project, the $56 million became $84 million in 1 year. And it was, to me, casually discussed in 10 minutes, and it was approved unanimously in 10 minutes. I can tell you what the ramifications of that actually does to our schools. That means that we do not get the science labs that were promised to us in Measure T. Okay, the Measure T was very specific in the pie chart and all that, that $56 million is going to be for staff housing, and then the rest is for short-term growth, for the modernization of our classrooms, for the science labs, for the art labs. We get none of those. And all this happened in literally a 10-minute discussion back in 2022. I just want you to understand that the not doing the due diligence, what that costs our children for years to come. And this is really frustrating to us. This is our children we're talking about, okay? And then we're hearing about the waterfall provisions for renting out the units. We did not sign up as taxpayers to subsidize the community at large. We signed up to get this quote unquote qualified teachers. That's what we were promised for. So, so again, the due diligence that wasn't done, and this is the first time I heard it being being actually talked about in public meetings, and we're repeating the cycles every single time. It's maddening. The 1.9 ground lease was known back in 2019, and all of a sudden we are surprised that it was there just a few months ago. What is that all about? And now we're talking about how to remedy that by purchasing the land and all that. Again, where was the due diligence? This is insane. This is the definition of insanity. You're repeating the same things over and over again, and we're expecting different results. That's just not going to happen. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Hendra. Next speaker is Mr. Gurunathan.
Thank you, President Lambert. Mr. Henderson and Dr. Westover have a habit of omitting important information and revising history. So I want to tell you that the $56 million was indeed in a contract that said not to exceed. It was not an estimate, as Phil Henderson said. It was a not to exceed contract. And if they, as he said, if they thought it was going to be more than that, no one ever told the public that. We were told $56 million. And then all of a sudden, one day it was $84 million. There was also a feasibility study in 2018. And we have Mr. Dutra here today, and I hope he can verify what I'm saying. But the feasibility study said, build this on land that the district owns. And it said finance the construction by selling underutilized district land. Both of those recommendations were ignored. Now, I'm not saying everyone on this board is responsible for what happened, and certainly not our interim superintendent, but certainly some trustees and some staff were here, and they ignored all the due diligence that was done and proceeded with this project and put us in this terrible situation that we're in. For the rest of my time, I want to play you a sound clip. This is mainly for members of the public who have not heard this yet, but I think it's said much better in this person's voice than in mine. So.
My colleagues, when I say this, and as at the 8-year mark, I checked in with all my colleagues about, hey, like, you applying, I'm on the, I've been very, very vocal, and they cannot afford it. And it seems that everyone at my school wasn't able to afford it. And I'm not sure, I've been very curious about who's getting in and the number of occupied units, because the 120%, even if I projected, like I looked at my salary.
Right.
Salary for the next year, looked at my salary for the next year, and it's still not anything that I would be saving. I live in a sad little apartment in Mountain View. I love it for what it is, but I was super excited about this project, and so were many of my coworkers. And I think, not to be emotional, but it's just like, this has been really disheartening. And I think, like, going through the process and, gathering all these documents and then basically looking at it and saying, I don't know how I'm this far along in my career. And if I didn't have the rent controlled apartment that I have right now,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurunathan. Next speaker is, no, I'm going to take Priya Liao. To the next one. That's fine. Mr. Nelson.
Oh, okay. I'll try to make this very short. Yes, the concept of doing this is a very good idea. There was some idea that we were the only ones in the country doing this, and this is a great idea. And now you see maybe the way we did it wasn't a great idea. And the way Santa Clara did it almost a decade before us was better. And the way it was done up in, I think, San Bruno or somewhere up there was better. Theirs is already open and holding teachers in it. So there were a lot of problems. Part of it was there wasn't openness on the part of a board. I'm very disappointed in the new board members because you've just been rubber stamping every single thing that has been proposed in consent agendas and not showing that you're doing anything different than the 3 board members that you replaced and helped get this into a problem. I think I'm going to be ending up probably taking you to court. Part of the reason you realize that it wasn't known what was going on here, there were Brown Act violations being done where negotiations were going into, and it was just said on the agenda, negotiations, not real estate negotiations, not what was the reason it was being done, not who the negotiators were, not what was being negotiated. I think the interim superintendent had problems when they were trying to find what properties they were doing. It was hard. It's hard to get that right when you're doing these kinds of negotiations that you're trying to buy property or not. But it's up to you to make sure it's done. We have 2 lawyers again on this board. Okay, you guys got to use your smarts that you learned in law school. And you have to push back against your lawyers who sometimes don't know what the law is and are just interpreting it maybe how your superintendent wants it to be interpreted. These are not people who are judges. They're not going to make the decisions when these contracts get done wrong. It's going to be the judges that will make the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I don't see any other speakers in person. I will take the online speakers now, and if you're interested, please raise your hand. Right now, I see 4 speakers. See, whoops, 5 speakers and then went back to 4. Okay, we'll take the 4 speakers online. I'll start with, I think, Ms. Kaushik. Rocky Kaushik.
Thank you so much. From listening to this discussion, it is hard to tell that we're in a school district board meeting. It sounds like we're a property developer talking about our latest project. And here we are spending hours and hours not talking about student learning, which is the very reason for MVWSD's existence. It would have been easier to give every teacher some extra money on their paycheck towards a housing allowance that wasn't taxable, instead of investing in property at this exorbitant cost, which, as it turns out, isn't even really serving teachers from what we've heard from the teacher. I think it would be wise for the district to get out of managing real estate and apartment rentals before we've sunk too much money and resources into this mess. Any way you look at it, this is a white elephant. And in a few years, I can imagine if we still do this, we'll be talking about how do we get rid of this? It's a white elephant. It's going to end up costing much more than any possible benefits. I read a quote online. I don't know if it's Japanese or not, but it says, if you get on the wrong train, get off at the nearest station, because the longer it takes for you to get off, the more expensive the return trip will be. And I think that resonates probably in every aspect of life, but certainly in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaushik. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Thank you for taking my comment. I'm just curious to see why did our attorney started the explanation on March 2020 instead of March 2019. That's when it was passed. And just remember, going back to history, March 2019 is when Bob Clark was put on leave. He was put on leave in February 2019 because of a budgeting error. So during that time, there's interim CPO. We didn't really have a CPO. And somehow that's what's passed when we didn't even have a CPO in place. So I'm not sure if the attorney was advised, but like in what world did you think that the feasibility study mentioned that you need to build on land that you own? And Santa Clara did that, and other school did that. I mean, like Jefferson in Fremont, San Mateo, just all the schools that do this, they built on land that they own. But yet somehow you as our attorney thinks that this is a great idea to build on land that we do not own and spend this kind of money on the most expensive wood structure in the West Coast, according to Harry Perry. So it's just so ridiculous, the amount of extravagant that we spent on this. And then talking about, about this waste, because it takes away our staff time, working on helping the school and focusing on student and education. Except now staff time is tied up working on these deals that they don't even have any, background knowledge of it. So they're gonna get clearly they get eaten for snacked by the real estate developer, as we can see here. So I just hope that the district work on like an exit strategy and bring back focusing on education and on our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Next speaker is Dean.
Yeah, I have a few comments about the housing project. And I'm just asking that we have more transparency around this housing project. I think from the very beginning, there was a lack of transparency because the Measure T ballot text on the ballot, there was actually no mention of housing whatsoever. And that's what probably 90% of voters are looking at. Now, if you look at the full text of the ballot of Measure T, there's a longer project list that does mention teacher housing, but it only mentions teacher, nothing else, just teacher housing. And then if you go into the very fine, tiny print of Measure T, you will see a mention of staff housing in there. But now it's really turned into staff housing. Some other not so transparent things are like the ground lease that the public didn't really know about. And so I think we should increase the transparency. I think we should have a regular update of what percentage of residents are teachers versus staff versus City of Mountain View staff. I was kind of disturbed to hear about the whole city not approving the foundation permit until they got 20 units. That also just seems very, I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. And then a few other points is that, we want to avoid this sunk cost fallacy where, we feel like we've already sunk so much cost into it, so we need to just keep pouring more money into it because it's not guaranteed that it's going to actually solve the problem, which is to attract teachers. And as another commenter mentioned, I agree with that. This project is just taking up too much time and attention. This agenda topic is just taking up the lion's share. Instead of talking about academics and students, we're just talking about real estate, and I don't think most of us are even experts in this area. And the final point is that, I just want to bring up again that, we have a very astute and diligent community here, and they have raised red flags in the past that were disregarded. And for example, like Teach to One math or inappropriate spending contracts. And this housing project could be another one. So I really would like us to put the focus back on the students and academics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Next speaker is calling from an iPhone.
Hello there, Sean Rameshan calling in. Anyways, to make my comment, the real estate, I have a significant portion of my investment in real estate. I listen to these calls. I talk to my fund manager. I talk to anybody who manages this fund. And real estate is a point of entry game. You make your money at the point of entry. You can't keep dumping money into a bad project that had a high point of entry and finally think that it's going to become a positive net gain game, right? And another thing is when I get to the point where I'm asking our chief business officer to how many teachers are in his household and they don't know, they can't call our sole contractor for this position, our sole management, property management, and find out how many teachers in this project. All the parents want to know how many teachers are in this housing, how many staff is in the housing, what's the breakdown. These are simple answers to get. I work in sales. Every deal in my sales pipeline, I can tell my CEO, I can tell my COO every single detail about that. How do we not know one basic core metric of this project from our chief business officer? It's absolutely absurd and unexcusable. So Steve Nelson spoke about this project when it was originally voted on, when it magically appeared on the agenda with a $30+ million gain in price, and he warned about the risk of it, and the board went ahead and voted against it right then and there. The board has been let known the risks of this project over and over and over and over again, and only be promptly ignored, right? You have illiterate students in your district, a very high volume of illiterate students. What the hell are you doing? Just dealing with real estate that's over market price, that has failed at its fundamental functionality, right? This is to the board members. It takes courage to make the right decision, right? It takes courage to make the right decision. It is a sunk cost. You're not going to be able to save this project, right? Get out of this project now and call it what it is. It's a failure. Find an exit plan. That's my request to the board. Find an exit plan. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Guys, there are no other speakers. We will take comments from the board. I will start off with a comment. I want to, I agree with Trustee Conley's request to put a timeline about when these matters were brought to the board, either a closed session or an open session. I did review the statement you prepared. I would take off all of this talk about grant housing because it's just sort of peripheral to this project. And it also shows how little actually discussion there's been the last couple of years. Because most of it, the last couple of years, oddly enough, has dealt with the grant housing project, what little there has been. You know, I don't see any of the major documents that have been omitted here that at least that I am aware of. And I also wonder to what extent there are informing documents that might be useful to, you know, add to all this, you know, such as if there's any opinions that were written and any surveys that were done for interest in teacher housing, you know, things like that I would call informing documents to these more formal agreements and draft agreements. Just a thought. Trustee Henry?
I guess I just wanted to appreciate Mr. Baer for bringing in, you know, beginning process of bringing in some expertise, additional, you know, in addition to, you know, people we've been working with already, but those additional levels so that, because I think we do want to figure out the right path forward and have the right expertise. And I think that's what we're moving forward to do. And so I appreciate that. I look forward to continuing to figure out the right path forward.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, so I think the thing that was really helpful here for me, like I've dug up many of these on my own, but having them laid out in like the sequence of events and how kind of it progressed over time was useful in understanding like where we are. I think like a clear, accurate timeline is usually useful for us to like take lessons learned from it, see where we are. I think generally, I know we have subsequent items, so I won't start talking about further things in the meeting. But I think generally, I'm glad to hear that folks are moving into the building. Like we have an asset that is working. What we do with it, how we actually progress forward. But I think we are on a reasonable path, and we have options ahead of us to make this into a success for teachers and staff. Like I do want to highlight that like there are many important employees of the district that like work with our children, help educate them, that are like really critical to the success of them, that aren't strictly teachers, I would say. Like I know many of the folks at our schools, and I don't want there to be, I guess, some perceived hierarchy between them of that. Like we're here to serve the students in the classrooms, and part of that is a well-functioning. And this is an option for us to be able to attract good quality staff that can put that forward. So
I wanted to piggyback on what Charles was saying. As an educator myself, I want to highlight the importance of all workforce at school sites. For me to be able to do my job well, that requires everything else to function appropriately, from instructional assistants to custodial staff to office staff to district staff. I'm sad that it wasn't marketed as workforce housing to begin with, but that's something we can't take back. But I do believe that, again, there isn't a hierarchy of we should have more of one versus the other. I think if they're being filled with people who work in the district and it's making their job easier, then ultimately it's going to benefit the students because it allows the whole process to function better. It's been great to hear from actual people that have moved in and to have that excitement. And I wish that one of them had come and spoken about it, because it changes your vision to have the words from somebody who's living through it, and their excitement for the process and how life altering it can be. I personally, as a beginning educator, was able to survive here in the Bay Area through BMR housing with the city of Mountain View. As a BMR unit resident, that allowed me to live close to where I worked and not have a crazy commute. It allowed me to save up money in order to move into some place that fit my growing family. At that time, I was just straight out of college and needed something, and I don't have any family in the area. So that was really helpful for me to move into a place that allowed me to, yes, even then the rate was a little bit higher than was comfortable, but it was lower than what market rate was. And for me to be able to live within that unit for a couple of years until I was able to move out into a market rate unit, that was a game changer for me. And I don't know that I would still be an educator here in the Bay Area had I not had that opportunity.
Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all of the comments from my colleagues and also from the public. I think we're going to have more discussion about this on the next item, so I don't want to dive into those pieces yet. But when it's interesting to me, I feel like this is one of the problems with being on the board for a while, is it feels like we have gone through kind of a historical review of the master facilities plan and the Measure T bond and the teacher housing project in multiple board meetings in the past. But at the same time, if it's only available in a video where trustees talked about it, it's not fully accessible to the public who are trying to learn about it later on. And so, for example, I think adding the information about all of the meetings where this has been discussed will be helpful. But I heard information tonight, not information, I heard statements from public commenters tonight about Measure T and the Master Facilities Plan and what was promised in Measure T. And I think when I look back at the Measure T overview website, which I just pulled up, we don't actually include a link to the entire Master Facilities Plan there, nor do we have information about when the Measure T bond was discussed and links to those discussions or links to the Master Facilities Plan discussions. And so as a trustee, I think it can be easy to get lost in, well, we spent so many months discussing the Master Facilities Plan. We had, multiple public meetings, and that Master Facilities Plan, the bond language for Measure T, was written to encompass everything that was mentioned in that Master Facilities Plan, even though it was a 10-year plan, and we knew the bond wouldn't be able to fully fund everything on there, that we would have to prioritize priority 1, priority 2, maybe priority 3 projects if we were lucky. But it would be a guiding roadmap for how to spend that bond money, and that was a commitment to the public that that's what the Master Facilities Plan was. So the Master Facilities Plan, I think, would be another thing to include here, or more historical context for the public, or for I know there's a lot of interest from journalists in this topic, for example. So let's see if we can figure out another way to make it available. I talked about this at a previous meeting, but back in the day, my understanding was, and I was the board observer for the League of Women Voters from the 2017-2018 school year. And that was when the discussion of teacher housing was happening at the board, but they were looking at building at the Eunice site, which was district-owned land. And my understanding is that at that time, there was such community pushback, and I saw this in the public meetings that I attended, to not build on school property, that then the district kind of ran into some issues with the city. At that point, under state law at the time, the district would have had to have a zoning variance from the city to be able to build housing on the district's land. Now, state law has since changed, but the agreement that was originally reached, and I wasn't a part of those negotiations, that happened in the fall before I came onto the board. There were, let's see, it looks like 5 closed session meetings between March of 2018 and October of 2018 about the Sevens project. The district didn't have the option at that time of actually building on its own land, despite what was in that study. Being able to build on its own land wasn't feasible. Now, they moved forward and found a way, but I think we're fortunate now. We're going to be talking about the option to purchase. But the district was in a tough place back then to try and solve this problem. And what I'm excited about is the Housing Committee is doing what it's supposed to do. And our MVEA representative, our union representative to the Housing Committee, who the recording of her was played earlier, brought to the Housing Committee this issue of between 80% AMI and 120% AMI, there's a huge gap of income and options for being able to afford the rent that was set. That's exactly what we're supposed to be having the Housing Committee do, is to start that discussion. It's going to have to come to the board, and the board's going to have that discussion, and that might be a part of our next item too. But this is, unfortunately, there is a messy conversational back and forth problem solving process that we're going through that takes time, and that happens with any development. And we're having the discussions we're supposed to be having, and we're going to work on solving the problems that we're identifying. And I'm thankful for the cadre of professionals that Interim Superintendent Bear has been bringing forward for us. It has been extremely helpful, I think, and will continue to be so.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, just one last kind of coming from what Trustee Conley was discussing. I'm the other member of the Housing Oversight Committee, and so yeah, I think it was nice here with the documents having, say, the BMR agreements, all the things that we kind of put in place that we're like legally obligated to do, showing where our restrictions on how we can adjust things and things like that. But having the oversight committee allows us to, get the like view from the ground. And like, I really appreciated the teacher that came to the discussion and was, frankly, making herself pretty vulnerable there, talking about her own personal experience. I think it's important for us to be able to air those types of things publicly so that we can make this work well for it, right? Like the program is not fixed in stone, it's all a work in progress, I think, as we go, and we want it to be administered effectively and efficiently as we can.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, I'll move on to the next item. Item 9B, staff housing and next steps. Dr. Westover will be introducing this subject.
Good evening again. So earlier today, we had a closed session item where the trustees were able to ask multiple questions about kind of the process that's happening now. Some of the things which you are not yet able to speak about publicly because it would impact negotiations. But we thought it might be good to have a time where Dominic Dutra would come and speak a little bit about where we are in this moment in time and what we can speak about publicly.
Good evening, Board President, Board. Thank you so much for having me here today. I thought it would be helpful just simply because I had actually done this study going back to the Cooper property. And Board Member Conley reminded me of, I think, a very important point that came up very quickly on the Cooper site. And that was, we did do a site plan for that, and we did look at that as a potential site to put some workforce housing. What became immediately clear was that the neighborhood was not in, and I don't think the city was either. From the perspective of any sort of quote unquote density, and that meant 2-story or 3-story housing on that site, was not something that was going to be supported by the surrounding neighbors. In fact, funny thing, when I served on the city council for a couple terms in Fremont, the mayor there had a funny saying. He says, everybody loves housing until they get theirs, and then nobody else wants housing after that point because they just didn't want it in that neighborhood. Now, I went on after that, and the board moved forward with the project that we're going to be speaking about today. So I thought it would just be helpful if I could just give you my perspective for what it's worth on where you're at right now. And I think I've heard it already from some of the board members, and I would really appreciate the community's concern. I think they're rightly concerned about some of the financial implications. With that said, I would really counsel patience. I know that's hard for people who are looking at the project in its current state, but I just wanted to remind both myself as well as the public and the board about some of the compelling narratives or imperatives for why the district started down this path. And the number one imperative is a reality. And that reality is, if you can't hire high quality teachers, and there is an absolute demographic shift. I'm 62, and there's a lot of institutional knowledge that is flowing out of school districts. And so you will be hiring a lot of new teachers. And staff. Appreciate, board member, your comment about staff, not just teachers, but staff. And if you cannot attract, and I should note, you are in competition with other districts. There's no doubt about it. And the competition is who's going to be able to attract those people to come. And I appreciate your comment on the BMR and how it helps you, board member. I was joking earlier with a friend and saying that my own daughter, who's a special ed teacher and has been for 10 years, has a master's degree, Teach for America, speaks Spanish, did city year. She was out of district. She couldn't afford to live there. She got some assistance that happened to be from my wife and I. Not everybody gets that sort of assistance, but she moved. We gave her assistance and she moved to another district because it was closer. And she has a child, a foster child now that she drops off at her house. I love that foster grandson. And she can now drive to her at very close proximity to her new school. I think that's true. And I don't just think it, I know it. How do I know it? Because CSBA did a study and noted the need for affordable workforce housing for your teachers and staff. And I should note that that was written not just by CSBA, but was by the Turner Center at a Berkeley and City Labs at a UCLA. So this is an independent study that noted this is a key issue. Now, whenever there's a key issue like this, it's revolutionary because it's new, right? It's not something that we necessarily had to address in the past. So the people who start first are the trendsetters. They're the ones that are going down the path. That's what this district did. So I want to laud the board and boards that had the courage to step out and to actually move forward with the project. Now, the idea was to garner more density, which made sense because you could get more units on an offsite location. So where does that leave you today? Well, I've been in the development field and I've built buildings. And I can tell you, I've never built a building where my construction costs came out at or lower than what I estimated. They're always going to be higher. In fact, I liken it to that shock of when I first bought a house and for when many people first bought a house. They look at that mortgage payment, oh my gosh, how am I going to make it? What do they do? And I've heard this board and I should say the superintendent make this commitment. You're going to adjust. You're going to adjust. That takes time. How are you going to adjust? You're going to do studies with your committees and others who say, listen, if you're building it for teachers and they can't afford it, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to work on the BMR requirements. You're going to work on that 80 to 120. That takes time. That takes time. And it also takes time to realize that you can restructure the way that deal was originally built. I hear the concerns about how are you going to make up for the funds that could potentially be used in bond projects. Give it time. I will tell you that I get calls almost every week or every other week from another school district that asks me to come and tell them, how can we build workforce housing? Well, guess what? Don't be too surprised when you get calls from other adjacent districts and or college districts or someone else who says, we'd love to be able to invest in you because we rather not build it. We rather be a partner with you. There's going to be opportunities for you to mitigate the very real concerns that I've heard expressed by your public and to garner back that trust and that sense that, but this board's just starting. You just are coming out. You haven't even really started to run. I've actually heard some pretty positive reports on what's happening. And I think you're above at where you should be. Give it time. Give it this year, 1 year. As if worst case scenario, you get to point, oh my gosh, it's not going to work out. You can always sell it. And it's a valuable asset, but I would counsel against it. What I hear the board saying, and I really do think the public can ultimately and hopefully support this, is give it time. The other thing is, yeah, you don't want to be in property management. You want to hire a separate entity that can manage these units. And if there are concerns about the units, they can go to that board and that management company that's going to manage it. So you can focus on what I'm hearing the public say, which is why I think you all got elected, to work on educational issues. And I'll just close with this. My dad just passed away, left us with a portfolio that he started building 52 years ago. He took our family to another level. My dad was a poor kid from Oakland. His dad died when he was 5 years old. His mom raised 8 kids. They were on welfare. And his mom would always tell him, look how much the government loves you. Look, they're willing to invest in you. That was welfare. And my dad was the only kid in his family who went to college and went on the GI Bill and government help, government assistance. Whenever you look at these sort of programs that you are endeavoring to do, it is absolutely inevitable that the people who do them at the beginning take all the hits. And it's tough. And I'm not diminishing the public's concerns. They have legitimate concerns. But what I'm hearing this board say is give us the time to address them. And let us show you that this can either, one, meet its objectives, both fiscally and from a bond and a capital perspective, and from the core priority, our ability to recruit teachers. Give us time. And if it doesn't work out, we always have the options to sell. You're not there yet. You just don't have the information. It would be a fire sale right now. Give it time. I just counsel patience. And I'll leave it at that. But I'm so appreciative. I'm sure it was very, very tough. My dad raising 5 kids and being able to fiscally get through building buildings and hanging in there long enough so that he could make our family get to the next level. What this district is doing with this workforce housing, however it ends up, is really putting this district on a path ahead of other districts, I should note, on the ability to hire key staff. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to make this district successful. It's your ability to hire quality staff, teachers, and classified staff. So I thank you for your efforts. I know you'll continue to listen to the concerns of your public and address them. I just counsel patience is all I would do.
So I have a question.
Sure.
You're part of a team that Interim Superintendent Bear is proposing to put together to help manage this asset for the district. Could you explain your vision of what this team looks like, how you're going to put it together, and the process you're going to be using to advise us?
I'm sorry.
So it's actually Peter Ingram, who's in the front row, is the one who's going to do that.
Peter, did you want to come on?
So quick introduction. This is Peter Ingram. He's with Peter Ingram Consulting. Just a little background. He was a city manager in Redwood City, as well as a key, sorry about that, as well as the point person when I was working in Los Altos School District in the acquisition of the property in the San Antonio Precise Plan area, the Coles site. And he was the one who really we worked directly with to coordinate all of our expertise and develop the plan to march forward on that. So I thought it would be a truly an asset to bring to Mountain View Wisman School District and just leverage that expertise that we had there. So Peter.
Thank you. Pleased to be here, and I'm very pleased to meet all of you for the first time. And by way of my perception as I've done my work in this region, your district really has an amazing reputation in educating kids and being innovative. And so I just feel real honored to be able to offer some help to you as you, as was so eloquently just said, make the adjustments, take the time you need to actually figure out the best way to leverage this amazing asset you have. And I must say, when I came over to meet with your interim superintendent the first time to talk about this, I drove by the housing and I saw the balloons out in front and I saw the poster on the wall and I just like, oh my gosh, you've done it. It's built. So you are well ahead of a lot of other districts that are working on this. To your question, I don't have a formula, because the way I approach these kinds of challenging projects is I spend a lot of time, which means in this case a short amount of time, this compacted, really listening to what have we got here, what decisions and actions have the decision makers already made, are they adjustable, or are they no, that's what we got, we're going to work with that. I'm working with 2 other school districts. One of them is just beginning the pathway down to creating some affordable housing for their employees. And we just got our drawings approved by the city, not approved, but declared complete. So we're now starting the next phase of entitlements. And the learning that I've got by just being with that board and that staff and their team with our development partner, I hope will well inform how I could take what I've learned there and apply it to how you want to work with this project. There's a lot of similarities, but there's also some striking differences that intrigue me. And I think my 1 week impression of where you are is this is absolutely manageable and solvable. And I applaud my predecessor speaker saying, take the time you need. My words for that are sometimes you need to slow down to go fast, especially in the public setting when you've got a big complex project with a lot of stakeholders and a very active, engaged community, because you can't afford for the project to lose your community. I mean, your community is the most important thing here. The project is going to come and go, and it's going to change a lot of lives and affect your future, but you really need to take the time to get it right. So as I start to work with you, you're going to hear me say that a lot is who says we got to have that by then? If it's you saying, no, we need that because then we need to move the next decision and we're worried about our sequencing of decision making, that's where I think I can really help. I'm sort of a sequence guy. And so I appreciate that in your roles, there's going to be things that you have to consider and decide before you do other things. But sometimes you won't have all the information here. So we need to make sure when you take the next step on that, you have all the information. So I'm going to really help work with your team, your staff team, and your other consultants to make sure that we give you the very best sequence to find that path that you want to have. I'm convinced we can get there. It's not going to be easy, and I think you may have suffered through some of the worst of it already. So I'm here to say it's going to get better, and you have an amazing thing that you've started, and we just need to finish it with the respect that it deserves. So I don't know if that directly answers your good question, but that's my 1 weekend impression.
I'll save my response to comments.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the trustees? Okay, I have a number of online, in-person comments. First of all, Priya Liao. Priya?
Wait, to start the timer so I can lower the mic, please. My name is Priya. I'm a parent of 2 kindergartners at Therakoth Elementary, Go Cheetahs, and taught high school for 17 years. I'm on the PTA board and school site council. When I first heard about what the district was doing for our MVWSD staff housing, I was really impressed. I was proud of the efforts being made for our education system. Sadly, the objectives are not quite being met, though. My ask today is that you be thoughtful, critical thinking, data-oriented leaders you promised to be when you ran office. The current housing project, as it stands, needs to be reevaluated, and we need to put a pause on spending any more money on it. Do not rush to buy that land. You and I are in education, so I'm going to explain this in that way. As teachers, we're expected to teach towards a lesson objective. The district organizes its goals similarly, and in this case, 4A in the strategic plan is the lesson objective. It says, attract and retain diverse quality educators. I see how the district was initially trying to meet this objective through housing. The reality is that we now have clear qualitative and quantitative data that staff in our district can't afford to live in this building, and the population it was designed for will not be able to live there. Ms. Hendry, in one of your debates, you thoughtfully said that spending needs to tie back to the strategic plan. I wonder if buying the land and spending more on this project really does that. In my classroom, when I have a bad lesson, I notice I lose my students because they are frustrated. In your case, you're losing teachers, parents, and taxpayers because they're frustrated. Good teachers and good leaders have to be willing to pivot. I'm excited, Mr. DeFazio, in the League of Women Voters debate when you said the board has an oversight role to make sure we are spending effectively and getting the results we want. At this moment, does further investment in the land give us the results we want? I feel millions of dollars are actually being thrown away. At Therakoff, 42% of our school population is SED. So your financial decision-making is very impactful on my neighborhood, this neighborhood, for both the positive and the negative. All of you, I ask you not to rush on this one. Take your time to come up with a thoughtful solution. Consider waiting on such a major decision like buying land. We're going to possibly have a new superintendent, changes in local and federal government rules. You need to save money for our kids. Please vote with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Al. Next speaker is Ms. Wong.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge Interim Superintendent Bayer for all of the work that he's been doing. And I appreciate all of the positive sentiments that some of the folks here have shared. But I'm going to bring it back and come and ask for with one question, which is how many educators, teachers, and staff that support education have moved in and how many have applied? This project was marketed as teacher housing and now it's staff housing, and really it's just district sponsor housing, taking dollars away from our students' education. For reference, for every $1 million, that's salary for roughly 6 to 7 teachers per year. So multiply that by however millions we've spent, and I think we can all do the math on that. Also, can we get some acknowledgement on the mistakes that have been made? All of the explanations and the narrative changes just feels like a lot of excuses and gaslighting the public. Our district made a bad deal that completely deviated from policy assumptions and feasibility study. The state wanted district to build land, assuming that land was district owned and therefore free. If no one on this project got the basics right on that, how can we trust whoever was on the project then? If we made a mistake, if the feasibility study didn't work, then we shouldn't have done it. I've asked this before and we still don't have it, which is, what is our contingency and risk mitigation plan? Because right now this project feels like a money pit, and I fear it will continue to be the albatross around our children's education. I feel like we've been fleeced in this fleecing of our children's education by corporate interests with the developer and the educational industrial complex. It has got to stop. It also feels like the sweetheart deal with the various business interests feels very much like the sweetheart deal contract renewal that we had for our superintendent, which is to say, given all the wagons circling around, is it even enforceable and legal with all the issues given? I think we should look into that. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Next speaker is Mr. Gurunathan.
Good evening again. I appreciated hearing from Mr. Dutra. Thank you for that presentation. And I think he makes a very reasonable expert to have, and I'm glad that you've engaged with him. However, respectfully, Mr. Dutra, you said, give it time, take a year. What is the cost of that? What is the opportunity cost of us investing so much more time and energy? And what does it take away from our kids? And my argument is that it takes away way too much. The cost to our kids of us investing all this time and energy for another year to try to salvage this project takes directly away from our kids. It takes away from our time, our energy, and our money that should be going to our kids. And that is not acceptable. We should not sacrifice 1 year of effort and money for our kids to try to save this project. The opportunity cost is too high. Mr. Dutra, we have teachers who are saying they don't have enough glue sticks and pencils and Kleenex in the classroom. We have teachers who say their desks slam shut and they don't have the proper dampers for their desks. The bathroom stalls are too short. We don't have full-time art and music education in our classroom. These are the problems we should be spending our time and energy on. We should not spend a year trying to rescue this project. So respectfully, I would say our priorities need to be our children, not trying to save this project, which was founded under poor pretenses. If we have to, as Mr. Dutra said, we can always sell it. What I'm asking you now is, it's not attracting teachers. We've heard from teachers actually because of this project, they're considering leaving the district. So it is not doing the intended job. I'm asking you to listen to your constituents. Okay? Your constituents do not want to continue this project. If Mr. Dutra says you can always sell, maybe it's a fire sale, but that is a valid exit strategy. I ask you to look into that. My plead with you is not to spend any more educational dollars or taxpayer dollars on this. Find a strategy, maybe a land swap, maybe some sort of, I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's why you have experts for it, but something that does not spend more money that belongs to our kids or more taxpayer dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gurnathan. Next speaker is Ms. Hendra.
Hello again. It's interesting, and it's I would say it's interesting to hear all the positive feedback from the school districts and community outside of Mountain View. That, you know, oh wow, you have such an amazing asset. Now, I'm not sure if those same people also knew about the $1.9 million a year ground lease that we have to pay, plus the $1.8 million during construction that we still owe and is due in a few months. That immediately will sink us under the red lines for the first 2 years in operation. So that $1.9 million a year, if you divide that by 144 units, that amounts to paying condo fees for more than $1,000 per unit per month. If you go back to those same commenters that say, you know, what's such a great asset you have, I bet you they would have a different opinion about that. So again, what does this cost our schools and our children? Like I said, when this project goes into the red line for the next 2 years or whenever, our school budget, our general fund is already forecasted to be in deficit for the next 3 years. We are dipping already into our reserves for the next 3 years without the consequences of staff housing. So that's what you probably didn't understand coming from the outside. But we've been watching, you know, we've been going to board meetings, we've been watching the budget presentations and all that stuff. And that's how it is utterly disheartening for a parent to hear, you know, projects after projects after projects that are not directly related to the education of our children. It is very disheartening. So, so yeah, that's all I wanted to, you know, I wanted to say, because, yeah, because there's a lot of things that are like hidden from the public and just little by little, you know, just being disclosed. And this is what, you know, this is where the trust is not there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendra. Ms. Dillon, did I remember correctly?
You know it.
Thank you.
Okay, so, okay, what? Okay, so, I have 3 points. Please stop rewriting history. The wonderful thing about local government is that it all, especially in this day and age, it's all recorded. It's all on tape. It's all, like, all the board meetings are on tape. The city council meetings are on tape. And you know, that the transparency has allowed members of the public who have the interest and the time to go back and watch all the videos. So I appreciated Superintendent Bear's explanation and his one-page thing, but some of that stuff was not accurate. And I'm happy to provide the clips of what actually was said by both Allende and the developer and the council, and it's all on tape. So you can rewrite history all you want. I'm gonna actually publish all of the clips and what actually happened with that timeline. Okay, because it's all in the public domain. You actually can't change that. Secondly, I would ask that I'm actually appreciating that the district is starting to slow down. And, you know, I watch the city council and the study sessions, and I watch MVLA and they do study sessions. They do all these like side non-review and action decisions where they just thoughtfully consider like what the decisions should be. And that's just not something that's really happened in this district. So it's like a cultural shift that needs to happen here, because I watch other ones. I'm like, why don't we do that? Why don't we allow because I know you all have the Brown Act, you can't meet offline. Like you need the time, right? And it's just not something that's been done here in this district. So I would appreciate it if we could make that happen here. And I appreciate you, Superintendent Bear, for actually spending some time just kind of talking through it. It's not a review in action, you know? So thank you for that. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. I want you guys to stop defending the history because it was a bad history. So please stop trying to defend it because the public record shows that it was bad decisions. And we'll just keep publishing that until you stop defending it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. We have 3 speakers online. Anyone else wish to speak on? Oh, sorry, there's one more. Here, Miss, yes, Miss Liu, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nyong Liu. I have a few questions. Thank you, Superintendent Bear. You mentioned that there are 23 units. How many of those are teachers occupy? There are 37 low-income BMR units. How many of those are Mountain View Westman School District teachers? I would like to know. This project has become a Mountain View Westman School District sponsored workforce project for the whole city of Mountain View and neighboring city, possibly the Bay Area, if we cannot fill that 144 units. I would like that money. I would like to protect our general funds, and we would like to not have, you know, the district tap into the general fund to cover that 1.9 million ground lease, annual ground lease with 2 to 4% increase annually. And also, why isn't there a separate entity to protect the district from future, like from what, you know, from lawsuit of something bad happen? Like there should be something like that to protect the general fund, educational fund for our student. Why isn't there? I mean, other school districts have it. Santa Clara has their foundation. I think Fremont has something like that as well. So that's interesting. I know that Trustee Reed mentioned that, you know, there should be no like separation of staff and teachers. I agree. But then also, people don't leave public school for private school because of the lack of, you know, they leave because of the lack of quality of the curriculum and the lack of quality of the teachers. I know I mean, staff are supportive, but there's a lack of quality teachers. And then this project was originally brought up as in there's a shortage of quality teachers. They cannot afford this area. They need to move out. And this was advertised on Measure T to get this passed at the bond. I mean, if there's a waterfall provision, you know, for for the workforce, for Mountain View, and then for the city, and then, you know, for the community, and for people that actually displaced in that original building, they get to move back. Like, we are paying for that as well. So if there's that, there should also be wonderful provision for like teachers and then staff. We want to attract and retain quality teachers. But then also, we also don't want to be an incubator for new teacher. We don't want to like cycle through every 7 years and start the process again. We want to be able to keep our quality teachers here. That's what we need. You know, Los Altos have had like many teachers that have been here for 20 plus years. I've talked to friends like this, and then when they stay here, there's like the community and the commitment that they you know, with their students, and I don't see that in Mountain View. It breaks my heart. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Are there any other in-person speakers? Not seeing any. I see 3 online. Start with Dean.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there has been a feasibility study done to compare divesting the project and using the funds towards like stipends for teachers and staff towards their housing. You know, if not, I would ask the board to do due diligence and actually ask for a feasibility study to compare to the actual costs. And because, I agree with what Mr. Dutra said about competition to attract teachers. But, we're not going to be attracting teachers with housing that the teachers can't qualify for because they earn too much or they can't afford the rents that cost too much. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Kaushik.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. Someone said earlier about this housing project being a great asset, and he is probably right. It is a beautiful building in a prime location with some very expensive furnishings. And this would be a great project for a district that was cash rich and where a majority, if not all students, were surpassing every academic metric. But no, we're a district that is still asking parents to buy snacks, Kleenex, even classroom supplies, fund performing arts programs. The parents have to ask for equipment to be updated in the at GMS TV and etc. We still have issues with chronic absenteeism, low reading levels, and math scores. And the only path that we really want to be ahead of with other districts is in student scores and performance. Our mission is we inspire, prepare, and empower every student. I haven't heard about that in a while, except to say we want to attract good teachers. But there are many other ways to do that. We're spending invaluable time having board members who were part of this decision earlier defend themselves, have staff spend precious time trying to strengthen their case by providing documentation. I would just say, forget what happened. Forget how much time and money has been spent on this. Someone said earlier, give this time, but we do not have the luxury of spending any more time on this. Please exit this deal now, suck up the loss, find creative ways to attract and keep good teachers and staff in our district who can inspire, prepare, and actually empower every student. Thank you. And I don't know if this is just me, but the lighting in your room seems really dim. It's very hard to see your faces. So if there's anything that can be done about that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kaushik. Next speaker is Ms. Good.
Hello. I just wanted to say, I think that it's a very, very important and long overdue decision to choose to receive guidance from experienced professionals in real estate development and law. So thank you to Interim Superintendent Baer for facilitating that. The initial information that we got from them after being on for a week or so, right, is to pause and give it time, to not be making major decisions, major changes in what is going on, and to see how things roll out for a time period. To me, that then would not involve rapidly choosing to consider purchasing land for $30 to $50 million. I think that if we really need to pause and give it time to see how this decision rolls out, then we should not be purchasing that land in a rapid fashion. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Okay, there are no more speakers, so time for board comments. Anybody have any comments? Trustee Conley?
Yeah, thank you. So I think because this item is about next steps, I think I can talk about some of my hopes for what we're moving towards. Um, and you know, the housing committee meeting was extremely useful because we had a teacher who, as noted earlier, had been really engaged with our process and then went through the actual application and realized that they couldn't afford the 120% AMI units that we had at the current rental rates we have them at. And so what I want to do is figure out what is the appropriate rental rate, because that jump from 80% of area median income to 120% of area median income, it's significant. If you're close, you know, to that 120% AMI, then the rent is not that disproportionate. It's appropriately tiered. But let's say you're at 85% of AMI, so you can't get you don't qualify for the 2-bedroom or for the 1-bedroom unit that's currently renting at $1,450 a month, but you qualify for the unit renting at $2,900 a month. That's not going to work. And so I want to know, where should we be pegging that 120% rent rate to make it feasible for our staff who miss out on the 80% AMI, but aren't, you know, over 120% AMI. And then I want to backwards plan from there. How do we get to that? How do we make sure that we're getting our staff in there and that they can afford to live there? And it looked like Interim Superintendent Bear, your light popped on. I don't know if you.
Yeah, just a quick response. Yes, noted, and we are already working on that.
Yes, so I promised to make some comments about patience. You've heard a lot of impatience from the public tonight. I share their impatience. I felt like I've been gaslit for the first 2 years I was on the board with the former superintendent. I was assured that everything was okay when I asked. The public was assured everything was okay. And it was only in the last 6 months I have learned otherwise. And part of that, the reason for that is because of the impatience of the community and their willingness to speak up and dig deeply into documents that were not readily public available. And I thank them for that. And we would not be here in the position we are trying to solve real problems on this housing project right now. So people who are going to consult with their district should understand the background to this. These are not, these are dedicated parents. They want the best for their kids and our kids in the community. And it reflects sort of what's gone on in the past. I understand that patience, well, I would put it differently. We want to put the resources that we need to put on to solve these problems and to do it wisely. Unfortunately, some of this should have been addressed years ago. Much of it should have been addressed, but we are where we are now. For example, we have a new crop of teachers coming into our district. We need, as Trustee Conley said, we need to find a way that anyone who wants to move into this housing project can move in. Whether it's rent, whether it's stipends, whether it's whatever you call it, they need to be allowed to move in. And not only allowed, they need to be, you know, encouraged to move in. So there's an urgency to that. We have a ground lease option that is due at the end of June. Sure, that could be extended, but we need a plan for that. It's only a few months away. we're on a moving train. And that doesn't mean we rush and make the wrong decisions. It means we put the resources on as much as we need and wherever we can get them. And don't be afraid to ask experts to address the needs as soon as we possibly can. The board members deserve it. The staff deserves it. The community deserves it. We need some really sound strategies put in place here. Another thing, I am, want to challenge the city of Mountain View. They are partners in this project. They have a lot to say about the affordable housing requirements. They need to be partners and help step up and make this a successful project. We have political leaders in our community like Assemblyman Mark Berman, Josh Becker, State Senator, and now Congressman Sam McCarty, who they campaign on affordable housing issues. Well, here's a project. We're providing affordable housing for teachers. For what? To educate our kids in Mountain View, to provide the best education we possibly can. Okay? They need to be part of that. They should be part of the solution of this process too. And if we approach them with good ideas and ask for their help, I'm sure they will be able to help us. This is what they're there for. At the end of the day, this is an affordable housing project for teachers. We need to make it affordable for teachers, okay? It can't be an unaffordable housing project for teachers, which it sort of is in that realm right now. So, I thank everybody for listening. I thank the board. I thank the public, especially for their persistence at this. And I'll end my comments there. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I think just, I think I think I'm generally a technical person, so I do think that figuring out how we adjust the system so that, say folks that on our salary schedules are getting pay, can achieve the 30% affordability kind of comment. I think that's like probably an important thing for us to figure out. I kind of brought it up at the Staff Housing Oversight Committee. I think we should have that information for our staff and just how we do that. So I think the first one, I think like you were saying, making sure that it's, when you qualify for it, it's still affordable for you, right? Like that's an important thing and we need to know that. Just again, why I thank the members on the Staff Housing Oversight Committee for being able to tell us those things directly from their experience, because that's really like how we understand where the kinks are. I'm not sure if this is just a discussion. I was wondering, like, we have lots of options for things we do. I know that the city is a partner in this with us. They have some of the units there, their staff are counting on this for their folks. Like, I do think it would potentially strain our relationship with the city if we did a fire sale on it and said, hey, like, this is deal with this now. Could we have a follow-up to like maybe draft a letter to them, get their feedback on like what they see as their vision for this project going forward? I think that might be helpful for us. I don't know if that we can act on that now or direct or indirect.
Can you help me understand what you're envisioning?
Yeah, just how they feel about generally like their staff and their employees being part of this housing project, like what they see as the future partnership with us on this. Like, do they still care about this? Do they want us to keep folks there?
Well, and then the question is that a letter to council? Is that a letter
Council, I think,
staff to staff? Because then council would have to agendize something to be able to discuss it and share anything
Yeah,
back.
I mean, again, we don't need to rush. Like, these are not like fast things, but if now is the time we can start that process because they have to agendize it.
So I'm wondering if a conversation with staff might make the most sense initially.
Yeah.
Just to get a sense of what kind of feedback they're getting, right? Because we're getting feedback from our staff. They're going through the same processes, right, on their end. So understanding if they're hearing the same and if they've identified any strategies to make it more accessible to more employees.
Yeah.
So I think starting there,
and then like, if you think it's reasonable that we engage, you can bring something back to us to kind of send to them.
I'll do that.
because I think, a lot of us also campaigned on repairing our relationship with the city. And I think like pulling the rug out from under them may not be a great way to improve that relationship. The I think I'll pause there. I'll let other folks get some comment.
Trustee Henry?
I just want to say I appreciate having these items on the discussion on the agenda tonight. I think it's really important to, as much as possible, have these conversations in public. I know that it takes up a lot of our time in this meeting, but I think it's important not to make any kind of rash decisions, not to rush to next steps, but also to, as much as possible, have transparency about what we're thinking, what steps we're considering. And even though that makes it maybe a little more painful along the way because we're talking about things where we're sort of thinking out loud. But I think it's really important. If I look back, I think that's one of the things that I can see as a concern looking back, that I feel like there's, kind of a lot of conversations that have happened over, goodness, like 9 years about workforce housing in this district. But certain things that I think, to the extent now, as much as possible, where we can have the conversations in public. Certain things we have to talk about in closed session because they affect negotiations, but just as much as possible, being able to lay things out there. But also important not to just rehash the past. I think we have to look at where we are now and what our options are, get the right advice, and find a path forward.
Any further comments, Trustee Fazio?
I can do it. Go ahead. You haven't had a chance yet. Go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on, there's agenda items today that are discussion items, and Ms. Dillon touched on it about the slowing down the process. And we've also discussed the future of slowing things down, pausing, having some study sessions. It allows us time to think out loud because we can't have these discussions anywhere else. We don't want to take up all this board time talking about these issues when we could be talking about other things, but because of Brown Act, we can't have these discussions in any other forum but here in public in front of you, which is why it's taking up so much time. This is a huge decision that is worth a lot of money, and we want to make sure that we are as informed as possible to make a wise decision for the future of the district and the future of the kids. And so however long that's going to take us to get to that point where we're comfortable saying this way or that way, we're going to take up time in these meetings to have these discussions. But again, coming back as discussions and not action items until we feel like we've gotten sufficient feedback from the community and multiple stakeholders and people who are moved in, and checking on them after a month of what they're feeling like, and checking in with the city and the people they have moving in and how they're doing with filling their units, and continuing the conversation. So it's been amazing, even just today, with having more professionals coming in and providing guidance and also providing perspective. We're here looking through these documents, looking through our own previous board meetings, but having perspective from people who have worked with other districts and have seen things in other areas has also been really helpful. So I very much appreciate the slowing down and the agendizing of these facilitated discussions.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I think, we had a study session on this in the fall, but we have 3 new board members who have had to come up to speed on not just everything in public, but everything in closed session too, that goes on in closed session. And at a very tumultuous time in our district where, some of our closed session items have nothing to do with housing, right? But still take a lot of time and energy and focus. We met, 4 times in January? So this is a board that is putting in the time. And more study sessions are great. we're also trying to hire a new superintendent, so we have
We
multiple
just-
extra meetings.
We are discussing with Superintendent Baer to have another study session on teacher.
Perfect.
By the end of this month.
That's perfect. And so I think, yes, this is taking up time, but it's incredibly important, as Trustee Reed was pointing out, we can't have these discussions privately by trustees outside of meetings. That's not, I can talk to one person on the board about one issue. And beyond that other person, I would be violating the Brown Act if I went and had a discussion with two other trustees about something outside of the meeting. But when you have 3 new people on your board and everybody has to get up to speed, it's just going to take a lot of time. I can't remember the last time this board had 3 new people at once. And so let's take whatever time we need for discussion, because it is a large decision. And I think one of the challenges, though, that I really respect about all of the trustees, including our new trustees, is sometimes you have to make decisions when you have information from closed session that is not public too. And I appreciate that you all are trying to bear that responsibility when you can't come out and fully say everything about a vote that you've had to take because a lot of it was closed session related. That's hard. That's really hard. But people voted for you and put you here because they believed in your vision for the district. And Trustee Lambert and I were the, I don't know what to call us, elder statesmen on the board at this point. But the number of times that we turn to each other in a meeting and go, oh my goodness, why didn't this happen before? Or what did we just learn that we should have known, has been interesting. And that being said, I think we're on the right path. I, again, am very appreciative of the team of individuals that we're working with, the professionals that have been brought in, because it's been very informative and helpful. And I think it's helpful for staff too, to take some of this burden off of staff, because we do want to be primarily focused on what's happening in the classroom. We're gonna have to get through this process first, and whether it was a fire sale or whether it's shifting rents or whether it's purchasing land, any of those outcomes is going to take substantial board time. And we're just gonna have to do that. But we will get through it. And 5 years from now, I'm hopeful that this is going to be something that has actually really impacted student learning and student experience in the classroom every single day.
Yeah, just to wrap up, I think just echoing what everyone has said, I really think it's important that we take the time we need. I think we weigh the options we have in the next steps. I think I've heard a couple times the train metaphor for this. I more think of it as a plane. We might all have a different destination in mind that we're going for, but if we bring the plane down as quickly as possible, no one's going to be happy where we end up, right? So we need to actually be thoughtful about this and kind of go through the motions. And maybe I'm going to SF San Francisco ultimately. Maybe someone's going to Oakland, but we need to pick an airport and land there, and we'll get there together by talking them through with each other. So thanks. Oh, my time's up.
Okay. Any additional comments? I suggest we take a 5 or so minute break. Item C, Measure T projects for possible pausing to finance the purchase of land for staff housing. Dr. Westover will introduce the topic.
And if I can just set context here, it's coming. If I can just set context, it's coming. One moment, please. So just to set some context on this next item, Dr. Westover is going to present a collection of items. What we're looking for is if there is want to pause any of these, his direction to bring it back next meeting, right? That's it.
So no action tonight. This is simply a discussion. I guess it's kind of going back to the theme it seems that's emerging is, you know, the slowing down. So tonight is simply a discussion and no action is being requested. I'm going to skip through the first few slides since we typically review these for most of our presentations and in the interest of time. So again, we have multiple options and or combinations in front of us that the board is exploring moving forward. The board has the option to purchase the land under the staff housing building. District staff will work with the board in negotiation of the purchase price in conjunction with appraisers, attorneys, and real estate experts. If the board chooses to purchase the land, they'll need to decide how it wants to fund the purchase. So again, multiple different options like we discussed in the February 13th meeting. And these are one of these things that we need to start talking about, because what we don't want to have happen is a month from now, 2 months from now, when that decision is made for you to feel like you're madly scrambling trying to figure this out. So this is the first or second discussion starting from February 13th to talking about it today. So this is looking at our Measure T projects that that we could consider that are either underway and can be paused or canceled, or projects that are in the beginning stages. And then based on tonight's discussion, staff will bring back items for a board vote. Also, something that we wanted to bring up is we heard from the community that outdoor learning was something that they valued greatly. So it's not on today's list. If the board chooses, you can direct staff to say, please bring it back during the action item so that you can discuss that if you wish. So on this list, I'll quickly go through a couple of them. And then we made some notes from staff on these projects and our thoughts, but the board can of course choose to do whatever it would like. So we have a PA system and upgraded Graham and Stevenson. So Graham and Stevenson have an older version of our PA system, which makes it difficult when they are trying to make announcements in specific areas of the school. So most of all of our school sites outside of Graham and Stevenson have a touchpad. They can say, I want to make an announcement only in this classroom or only in this hallway. So this would be upgrading that system. The covered walkway at Castro. So this is also for consideration. So we put this out to our pool of architects to design, and all of our architects, actually, no one said that they were interested. One of the reasons for this is because it's such a relatively new project that they don't want to be involved with a project that they didn't build. So Castro was done by QKA, which is not in our pool under Measure T. So we can always reach out again. And so we can reach out again and say, we need somebody to propose on this. However, it is likely that this will come in over budget. So when this was originally scoped as part of the master facility plan, the idea is that these would be overhangs that were built on top of the second story of Castro. When looking closer at this system would likely have to be integrated into the building of Castro itself, meaning that we would take out portions of the the support system for Castro to attach it to the building. So a difference in how this would actually be constructed. The roofing project, this is something that staff believes needs to continue because our roofs are in need of repair. Restrooms at Therakoff, this could be considered. The restrooms are reasonable. We could do things such as replacing some of the high touch items like the hand dryers, the mirrors and things like that, that you maybe wouldn't necessarily have to fully redo the Therakoff restrooms. You could epoxy the floors. So there's some other options that are available that are less costly. Utility survey repair at Mauna Loma and Therakoff, this should continue due to the aging utilities. Tech infrastructure, this should continue. So we have areas that were not upgraded that are over 20 years old and don't match our district standard right now. So this is for internet. Projectors upgrades, this could be for consideration for the board. So these are projectors for the MURs. So many of our MURs have these beautiful windows that let in lots of light, which are great when you're hosting assemblies with kids, but not so great when you're trying to project, because when you try to project, they can't see the screen. So there were a couple of options the district looked into. We could put window coverings, but the windows are so high, we would end up having to install automatic window coverings. Nobody can reach up there. So when speaking with Greystone, our construction management firm, who has also done similar type projects, said that the problem with the window coverings is because they break down so frequently. He said most often they're putting in multiple help tickets or you're having somebody come out multiple times to fix it. So working with John in technology, our director of tech said, well, there's another solution is you can project from the back of the screen. You don't have to put window coverings up, but it'd be bright enough so the kids can see the projector without having the window coverings that would break all the time. So that could be for consideration. Going on to the next list, program contingency. So you'll notice that we've broken this up into two lines. We have the 10% reserve for projects, and then you see the second line that says for consideration, available for rollback to unallocated. So when we first started the bond program, we wanted to make sure that we had a good amount available in contingency if anything came over. But now as we're getting closer to the finishing of our Measure T projects, we can reduce that to about 10% for program contingency. District-wide unallocated, these funds are from the phase 2 of access control that were rolled back into district-wide unallocated, of course, with that small amount that was left so we could do some of the locks that were needed. The bottle fillers, this has come up a little bit in discussions. So this was when we did our master facility project, some sites said, hey, we need more bottle fillers because kids are bringing their water bottles. So this is replacing some of those high-low drinking fountains to have the water bottle filler there. In the trustee questions that I know that were just posted right before this meeting, we included screenshots of where these bottle fillers are located and pictures of what the bottle fillers look like. So this could be for consideration. All sites have some form of bottle filler, but not as many as they would like. Lighting, so this we can actually, if we choose, we have a remaining amount here. So if we remember back several years, we did a lighting study, we lit our pathways of travel. So this was not intended to light up our campuses. This was intended to light pathways. Part of this was also seeing if we could put all of our outdoor lighting on one management system. So currently our lighting, depending on what school site you're on, you would go into a closet and we have an old, I can't remember the name of them. There's the clocks that tick. What do they call it? Not timer, there is another specific word. They're old school, but they still work. So that's something we could consider for pausing or removing the remaining amount in that project. Fleet electrification, this is one that's pending. So for a little bit of background, 50% of all vehicles, meaning for our white fleet, this would be for MOT vehicles. Starting this year, 50% of the vehicles must be EV. Then in, I want to say 2030, I could find the date, but we are transitioning all of our buses over to EV. So this is something that we need to plan for eventually because we'll need to charge all of our buses and all of our white fleet. Not today, but eventually. The next one is HVAC. So this is a small remainder of our larger project that we did very quickly when Measure T passed. This one, staff suggests it should stay. This is redoing HVAC systems mainly in the kitchen areas and a couple others. We think this should stay because we need to have those areas cooled for staff due to OSHA requirements. This is also a repeat of a slide that we went through on the 13th. These are areas where we think we will have savings from current projects. As an example, paving at Landals. This was already done in the summer, but with construction projects, it takes a long time for the billing to come through. So we haven't closed out the Landals paving project yet. But once we close it out and these other ones that are listed here, this is what we're anticipating the savings will be from those projects. This is also a slide that we reviewed on February 13th. I won't run through this unless the trustees would like me to. And then I wanted to leave time for trustees to discuss or ask questions.
Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Lambert. Thank you for the presentation. Is there a process for example, with the Castro overhangs, for updating the architect pool for Measure T projects?
We briefly discussed that with Phil Henderson because QKA is the one that did the original design, about how we could go about bringing QKA in. There is not a way for us to bring them into the pool. I can follow up with Phil again to see if we would I can ask more questions.
Okay, that would be helpful. I mean, when we look at, and Trustee Lambert, I don't know if you were on the board or not when the designs for Castro and Vargas were done.
Yes, I was.
I don't know if you remember how we ended up with Vargas and Castro. Vargas has overhangs for their second story and Castro doesn't. But you may not, I mean, that was a long time ago, so I don't know if you remember how that happened.
I could give an education.
Castro was certainly built first, okay?
Okay.
And then Vargas was built much later.
Okay.
They're also completely different types of buildings. That might have something to do with it, but the rationale, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
And quite frankly, with that, was a Measure B bond, like most bonds, we run out of money and there were many plans that just did not happen. Trustee DeFazio.
Yeah, for fleet electrification, is that, pardon my ignorance here, is that state law that we have to transition by then, or is that a policy that we've chosen that we want to?
State law.
Trustee Henry?
Do you have any estimate? I know on the projector issue and the potential window coverings, I know you flagged some issues with the window covering option, but do you have any idea what the cost of the window covering option would be? Keeping in mind
when we were discussing it, they're with Greystone fairly similar in cost.
Okay.
However, I mean, if we're thinking about like what direction the board wants to take, it's very simple to put up very inexpensive, cheap curtains, but they would be closed all the time. I mean, so there's different choices available. It just depends what the board would like to do.
And the restroom project at Therakoff, am I understanding that that's like a full redo of the restrooms is what's budgeted right now or what's in this list? Or I guess,
correct.
Tell me about it.
Yes, it's like a restroom refresh. We would epoxy the floor, tiles, mirrors, sinks, hand dryers.
Trustee Conley?
Sometimes when we look at projects, we have to group things and go out for them because the project might be too small to get a reasonable bid otherwise, or because there's cost savings in doing it all at once. I'm curious about with the projector, if we could do a one-off to see if that's actually as effective as we hope it would be. It's a small budget project to begin with. And so would it be feasible to do a test case at one of our most effective schools and affected schools and see if it's actually achieves the results we hope?
We can always do a test case.
Okay.
I think my follow-up question would be though, if we do a test this summer, is that funding put on hold and available, or do we hold that funding?
We'll have to discuss
That's for
that.
action later.
Yeah.
And I didn't also, Jason Cave is on. I didn't realize he would be here for the meeting if you have a specific question. He mentioned that the Castro overhang, they could double check and look back into their notes. But I think to Trustee Lambert's point, I think it was a cost piece. Because I think at one point they had also envisioned garden top roofs. I think. Okay.
So a question I have is if we are, if this money could otherwise be used to do something to the teacher housing project, okay, why wouldn't we just, until we make a decision about the strategies, right, for the teacher housing project, why are we even going forward with any of these programs, except for the ones that are in process, right, and are going to be completed? Why don't we just pause all these until we make those decisions?
I think some of them, like roofing, which hasn't been officially like undertaken yet, I think it's something that it would be very wise to continue with roofing because our roofs will start to have leaks, which will eventually cause more damage and more cost. So that,
Yeah, and then I understood it.
Sure.
But then we wouldn't, and those are significant costs.
yes,
And those, we wouldn't have those monies available to, if we wanted to, purchase the ground lease. Right?
I'm sorry,
Then those monies wouldn't be available to purchase the ground lease at the teacher housing.
yes.
Yeah, so
I think there's
I guess I guess it's a comment, not a question.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touched on the question, right? Is which of these would the board like to see return to the next meeting for consideration of pausing?
yes.
We're not going to take action tonight, right? But we'll need to next week, and that will need to be with a 4/5 supermajority, right? 4 votes out of 5.
Right, because you would
Pause it.
be changing a decision that the board previously made.
I guess, could I ask, are there things on this list? Or which are the things on this list? Because I think there are things like this that are not urgent or are otherwise kind of not due to actually be started until next, summer or next fall, kind of after we would have picked a direction on the option versus things that if we took it off the list, we're actually like diverting a project that would otherwise kind of the airplane's still going.
I think some of this comes down to a timing issue because right now is when we are firmly into gearing up for summer. So if like some of these items theoretically could have come today for a board vote on, bottle fillers, things like that. So that's why we're kind of making the decision now. In terms of, I think this is a question the board can discuss and answer is some of these, do you feel that they're necessary now? Or would it be put off till next summer? Something that's also possible is, depending on what solution the board moves forward with, it could be that the rents that come in from teacher housing, if there's not a large loan, go towards funding these projects. So you're pausing them. So it's like this, it's a shift in how you would pay for them. So I think that's something the board would need to discuss too, is are these projects we want immediately, or if we choose to purchase the land and the rents eventually pay for these items?
Well, so the timing is interesting because, for example, with the covered walkway at Castro, if we have to explore trying to find a way to work with the original architect, it might also mean that it can't be Measure T funded. It might have to come from, let's say, the developer fees fund. Or, well, it couldn't come from, we have a facilities.
I think we would still need to be mindful about how, I think that's a separate, yes.
That's a separate issue, but we would have to work through that. And then we would have to send out an RFP. And then it doesn't sound like it's going to happen this summer.
Is not going to happen this summer.
Right. And so it doesn't fit with that. Do you need to pause it for this summer or come back to it later? It seems like that's a project that wouldn't hit until next summer at least. But we have some things to figure out in terms of being able to get back to the original architect and figuring out, designs and like, we don't even know where it's going to come in yet. I am interested in pursuing that project. I think it's a real issue there, but I don't see how it fits in the pausing conversation in the same way, if that makes sense, in that we don't even know exactly what it will cost yet. So maybe it's something that we aren't even saying we're pausing. We're still going through the process of trying to figure out the architect and get an estimate for design and things like that. But it's a project that is going to come to us later anyways. I don't know.
Yeah, yes, that's a possibility. You could say, please continue to try to work on this. And then if this is one of those projects that when you come to making that decision, you're like, we can make it like, because it's not happening this summer, to your point. Right. Then when you can say, okay, we know that funding is potentially available and that's your potential bucket.
Right.
It's possible.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think that's an interesting way, if I can just chime in, I think that's an interesting way to view these, right? Like, which are the projects that are coming this summer that that the board would consider pausing, right? That it would require action to pause it, because to Trustee Connolly's point, the Castro overhang project, it's not happening this summer, so it's really doesn't need to be paused, right? In order to kind of create the situation that the board needs to identify funds. They're going to be there. So it sounds like this summer is roofing, and
I can go through the list really quickly and just kind of guide the discussion. So it's the PA system upgrade at Graham and Stevenson. That's roughly 580,000. That is scheduled for this summer. And I gave a brief kind of what it's for, how can they make announcements in the school? Is that something to be brought back or something? How would you like me to help?
Well, I guess it's more, which are the ones that are scheduled for this summer?
So the PA system at Graham, roofing project, restrooms at Therakoff, utility and repair at Montaloma and Stevenson is looking at it this summer. Tech infrastructure upgrade is this summer. Projectors upgrade is this summer. Moving on to the second page, program contingency, I think that's not a project. The unallocated is available. Bottle fillers would be this summer. Lighting is just choosing to sweep the remaining that's left. Fleet electrification is choosing to sweep the remaining that's left and kind of pause that ongoing work. And then HVAC is actually underway right now.
So it's not, because the other thing that always comes up is escalation in construction costs. Not only escalation of damage, for example, with roofing, but it sounds like the total of things that aren't planned this summer is actually quite small.
We have, yes, most of these items are planned for this summer. Roofing is done in 2 chunks, so this summer and next summer. So we're not doing all the roofing in one summer. But the majority of the things that are happening this summer outside of the Castro Walkway.
And then there's something like 17 million in developer fees and capital outlay project funds that may be available. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Henry?
As one more question, the lighting, is that, I know there's some projects that are construction that kind of need to be summer. And is that something that would, is like, it's either this summer or it gets bumped to the next summer, or is that something that could be bumped to September or something?
Lighting is not difficult to do in the middle of the year, especially because this is exterior lighting.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you. And we'll do community comment. First is Ms. Hendra. Okay.
Hi, I have 2 items to comment on. The first thing was about the bottle filler that I heard. So just, I don't know if anybody had looked into this, but there's actually funding available from the Valley Water. It is actually $5,000 per grant towards the purchase, installation, and maintenance of a water refill station of your choice. $5,000 per station. Okay, I don't think we've ever looked at that maybe this project doesn't have to be scrapped because it might be free, right? And the priority is given to project sites that serve economically disadvantaged communities and locations that serve school-aged children and students in Santa Clara County. So we don't, so that's number one. We don't have to lose that at all. The second one is, I'd like to try, I know we didn't talk about the outdoor learning specifically for this, but I'd like to bring it back because I think there's a false thinking that outdoor learning can only be done in its entirety, which is $15 million. We do not have to spend $15 million for things that, like a lot of the items that currently are in the design are neither outdoor learning nor greening. We can downscale. We can achieve a lot of things with half, a quarter, a third of the money, and then put that put the rest of the money somewhere else. I think we need to have more creative thinking around this. Has anybody thought about that? We do not have to spend $50 million in one go. I challenge you to think of other ways to not get us into more debt. I'll talk more about the outdoor learning in the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendra. Mr. Nelson?
I do have this card. I thought I'd put it in. Yes. Now here's a time when you have to be adults. Adults realize leaky roofs have to be replaced. Otherwise, your building deteriorates. You don't get any award for that. But you don't also have to spend $17,000 making a contract to apply for award for that either. All you have to do is do it and not take it off. It's been on what was promised to the people when they did this, that leaky roofs, old roofs would be replaced. That's $15 million that you should realize. They've been, Greystone and your staff has been working at for years to try to get done and make sure it's done on time in a timely manner. And please be responsible and keep it on there. The other thing is, you should realize, as a previous speaker said, this $10 million addition to the greening project was extra. It was adding extra stuff, extra sites. It was at the expense of many priority 2 things that Greystone and the staff came up with, particularly the unfunded surveys and replacement or repair or replacement of pipe utilities. Many of those pipes are 50 to 70 years old, buried under our old school sites. They have not been replaced. And you've seen it in the sewer leaked and the school had to be closed down. That's lost learning for 300 essentially student days. And you paid already over $40,000. You guys approved the contract for one leaking pipe at Graham Middle School. One. That has not been completely surveyed. It hasn't been repaired or a lot of replacements. You ask what can $10 million do? It can do a good amount of those sites that were taken off because of this greening initiative. Now, I have to give credit to Trustee Conley. She was very astute about how she brought up that use of legislative power. You should study it. She got one other person on the board and they together developed the greening project and they brought it to the board and presented it as a fait accompli. All she needed was one other vote. And she's very good about getting the PTAs riled up and sending you hundreds of letters. I have to give it to you, Devin Conley. You're a good politician. You know how to run the system. And that's what you can do too. If there's two of you that are very passionate about one thing, get together, discuss it, present it to the board as a fait accompli. You need to get one more person, but if you do a good project, I thought it was a great project, but it's an overkill now. It's clear it's an overkill. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any other in-person speakers? You don't see any. We have 2 speakers right now online. Start with Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you. I was looking at through this list and I see that there's $1.2 million planning on replacing the projectors in the MUR. How often are projectors being used in the MUR? Is it worth that kind of money? And if there's a way cheaper fix, as in getting these like shaded film from Home Depot and cover those squares, and then there's a labor cost in that. Like, is that sufficient enough? Because I think our school district need to think about being more mindful with our spending. This is so much waste. This is culture of waste that's been going on for so many years now. And I think that needs to be cut back because are we gonna pay $1.2 million in projector costs for the next 20 years to fix this issue? So I highly wanted to pause that and think of a better way to save money. I'm not sure if the greening is in this. I didn't see it, but I will comment that in the next item. Regarding the that cover, that sounds really expensive. I'm pretty sure it's gonna, based on what Dr. Westover talked about, having to remove a certain portion of the structure and rebuilding it and paying architecture, that is gonna cost way more than $2.3 million. Is there a better, cheaper way to fix this? I just hope that our board and our staff think of creative way, but cost sensible way to fix these issues. Thank you.
Next is Dean.
Yeah, I'd also like to comment that the outdoor greening project is not an all or nothing project. We've heard voices from some schools such as Vargas and Stevenson that they really need their outdoor greening projects, and agree that schools that need them should get them. But there's also other schools like Landos who are not actually getting any value from the proposed outdoor greening proposals that in their projects. So there's we don't have to just spend it just because we budgeted for it. That would just be wasteful because it's not really providing value. So I did send all the trustees. I had met with the Landals principal and their office staff to talk about the latest revision of the Carducci proposal for Landals, and I sent the trustees a list of it. So which things that they feel is unnecessary and not adding value, and what and the thing that they actually need. So I agree with the previous speaker that we can look at schools individually and not force projects that those individual sites actually don't need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, any comments from the trustees?
Yeah,
Trustee Conley?
thank you. When I look through this, I think one of the challenges here is we're trying to balance, we've already spent a lot of Measure T funds on the teacher housing project. And anytime we're talking about bond funds, I always come back to what is the escalation in construction costs over time, because then we lose the value on our bond dollar. And I've talked about that extensively at previous meetings, so I'm not going to rehash the whole thing. But when I pull out, looking through here, the program contingency that is suggested for consideration of $5.3 million, the unallocated of $5.9 million, and the savings of $1.3 million, that gets us almost to $12.5 million of Measure T funds without actually pausing any projects. And then if we look at the unrestricted slide, if we go down to slide 12, the developer fees of around 9 million, the North Bay Shore 1.2 million, and the state facility funding balance of 2.8 million. That gets us to around $13 million. So between those things, without pausing any of the projects from Measure T, we have a total of about $25.5 million, which is a very, very good way to start in terms of being able to fund a purchase. We don't have a purchase price yet, and we certainly can't discuss a purchase price in our public meetings. But my goal is to get the rents down without touching our general fund. Nobody up here wants to touch our general fund. To get our rents for staff down for that higher 120% AMI category. And so in my mind, what I'm thinking of is if we ended up having to take a COP and use this 25.5 million, would that decrease our monthly payments enough or annual payments enough that we could bring those rents down and have a comfortable cushion so that we're never going to have to touch the general fund? So that's my thinking. I think there's a good 25.5 million there to start. I'm hesitant to use more Measure T funds than that, but I know this board has a wide range of views on that, and I'm curious to hear from my colleagues.
So if I can just remind the board, so the direction here is, are there items you want brought back, right? Measure T items you want, because those are the ones that require the pause. Measure T items you want brought back next week. Brought back to in front of the board to vote to make a decision. Right?
Would we have to vote on using the unallocated and program contingency? No, okay. But not next, that's not for bringing back to pause. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the discretion to follow up on so my comments are sort of similar to Trustee Conley's. Is that we're in a sort of a complicated situation. Certainly all these are worthy, many of them are worthy projects. Seems to me we're in the process, though, of sort of retaining experts to help us make very important strategic decisions about the teacher housing project. And I not want to put them in and constrain the options right now by absorbing all of the Measure T funds that could otherwise be used to purchase the land. But I am sort of confident that, as Trustee Conley has suggested, all the money doesn't have to go to purchase the land. Some money can come from a COP, but just depends on how things work out. We could still take a COP out if necessary to fund these projects, for example. There are many, many ways of doing it. And I don't look at it as, okay, if we spend these monies, Measure T, to spend, to pay for the ground lease, then these projects will never get done. I see it as, no, there's other ways of doing this, but having cash on hand is super valuable. So, but that's my opinion, and I don't want to do anything to constrain the ability of our experts to make the best decision. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. Trustee DeFazio.
Yeah, so in considering this, I was doing a little, you know, I'm not a big fan of like doing my own research, but like I was looking for papers on like capital expenditures for schools and kind of what's the general return on, you know, what we care about, which is like student success. Here the proxy was test scores, which is not an entire encapsulation of what student success looks like, but it's a useful proxy. And I think the categories that were generally most effective were things like HVAC, infrastructure, IT, like labs work. And so this somewhat nicely aligns with, I think, the things that we are planning on doing this summer that we can't stop. So I really don't have much appetite for pausing anything aside from, you know, Castro Walkway seems like we might be able to just get a better project out of it later. We don't have to do that immediately. I think that's not even here. Fleet electrification is relatively low on the amount of money, but that's something I would be potentially pause. But yeah, that's kind of maybe the projectors we can come back with a like more efficient way to do that, like the pilot that we were discussing. But I think most of the projects I don't really have much appetite for pausing.
I think my thinking is kind of along the lines of Trustee DeFazio. A lot of the things that are lined up for summer projects, like, or being in the works, like PA system and roof and roofing and the utilities and tech infrastructure, things that really do affect the day-to-day life of our classrooms, HVAC. I think the things, but it does seem like, as Trustee Conley said, there's some things that are on this list that aren't projects to pause, that are just pools of money that it would be appropriate to have in mind as possibilities. Because again, this isn't making a decision about whether we're going to buy the property. This isn't making a decision about how we're going to pay for the property. It's just, what do we want to have kind of as available when we're making that decision. And it sounds like the covered walkway at Castro isn't something that needs to be affirmatively paused right now, that it would not be a decision about that would be made probably after we'd be making a decision about what we're going to do, of whether to take the option and how to pay for it. So it sort of naturally comes after anyway, and we could make that decision then, without needing to vote in 2 weeks to officially pause it. The two things that do make, for me, the projectors, of whether there's an option of trying one, whether we can just firm up if there's an alternative. The window covering sounds like that would be about the same amount, but that one is one where I understand. I've projected things in the MERs. It's not ideal, but it's also, it doesn't have the urgency to me of starting roof repairs that need to be done, something like that. But and then the lighting, it sounds like that's something that needs to be done, but it also seems like it's not if it waited just a little bit to make the decision and make that decision after, just move the order of that decision to after we have a little more information about the options for purchase. That's something that, because it could be done during the school year, if it just got bumped down the line a little bit, if that's the other thing kind of on my potential pause list.
I agree with Trustee Henry, and I'd also like to see about the bottle filling and working with Santa Clara Water District to see if those could be funded that way. So figuring out if that's a viable option for funding on that before just moving forward with it.
Let's see, did we use the Valley Water grants when we first put in bottle fillers?
Some grants for the bottle. Yes, I believe we used the grants when we first started. It doesn't cover the full cost, but it can cover a portion, then we can look into that again. Often we find that we are not eligible because we have so few schools that fall into the categories that they're looking to provide. But that's definitely something we can look into, but it, for the cost of the bottle fillers and what we're trying to, at all the sites, we wouldn't be able to get it for free, but it could help offset some of the cost, potentially.
It's a tiny line item in comparison to some of the other ones. It's under $100,000. But if we can offset some of the costs, that would be great. I'm interested in maybe just doing a pilot of the projector at one site if that's feasible. I've been to many meetings in the MUR and it's very hard to read the screen, but at the same time, we've been making do. It doesn't mean I want to continue that way forever, but I would like to know before we, do six figures on that, if this solution really is the best solution. And then it sounds like the Castro walkway will come later on. So it would be after we kind of reach a money decision point. And the same with the lighting piece, perhaps that can, I don't know that it's a formal pause as much as it is a fall project because it doesn't have to be done in the summer, but.
Really quickly, just for clarification, the bottle fillers are at 303,000.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
the original budget was lower.
Okay.
But
My apologies. 300,000. That's still less than $1 million for projectors.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee DeFazio?
I think Trustee Reed was, but,
Trustee Reed?
I'm curious about, so the projectors that are in the MURs currently are functioning perfectly fine. We just want different ones to function.
You just roll a projector in on a cart and shine it on the big screen and then you can barely read it.
Yes.
That's the issue.
Right, but I'm wondering if there's a way to recoup or reuse those projectors to help pad this purchase of the new ones.
No, it's a completely different type of projector from what I understand from tech is it projects from the back. So it's a different type of lens, I believe.
Yes, it is a different type of lens, but what I'm saying is the current ones that aren't going to be used anymore, what's our plan for those ones to make sure that one, we're not wasting the funds that were spent on that, or two, selling them or doing a buyback option to get, since they still function, to get some kind of funding.
The way we get rid of equipment in school districts is very prescribed. And there is a process for like selling equipment if we don't use it.
They may also have depreciated enough at this point that they might not have what's considered resale value. They've been around for a while.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
Trustee DeFazio?
yeah, just one thing, if we are bringing back the projectors, I think I would just like to see costed out against the blind situation and like projected maintenance that kind of costs, just because that's a good way for us to decide what we're going to do with that if we're bringing it back.
Okay, so what I have right now is bringing it back for an action item. I'd like to maybe bring Castro back as not an action that you're canceling, but just that we're maybe moving on just to make sure like it's clear direction for staff since today is only a discussion. Projectors, we'll work on doing the cost of what the blinds would be. Also, I'll like ask, like the cost of doing a film. We can definitely do that because I think that came up, or different options so you can see them. And then also lighting is what I heard. Did I miss anything?
I was also okay with electrification, but I don't know if anyone else.
I'm fine with electrification as well.
Okay.
Do we have enough for that to come back?
You know, I could come back and then you can vote, and then if it doesn't have enough, then it doesn't change.
And to clarify, the caster would be planning it for summer of 2026.
Yes, I think, yes.
Okay, you have what you need? Okay, next item is outdoor learning update and preliminary design.
Good evening, Superintendent Bear and Board. Welcome new members. So my name is Vince Latanzio. I'm a principal at Carducci Associates Landscape Architects, and we were charged with the outdoor learning and greening projects for 10 schools, 11 schools actually, including Vargas. And I just wanted to let you know that following board direction, we continue to get feedback and had the principals meeting results, as well as meeting with all the principals after their meetings to make sure that we provided what was really important and helpful for the students and the school and staff and community. So today we're going to be showing you a timeline of the outreach and feedback that we've provided since 2023. We're going to show you an example of 2 schools, one middle school, Graham, and one elementary school, Landals, and show you what we heard and how we took that information and transformed it into redesigning to provide what's really needed and supported by the school. And then we'll talk about what the next steps are and how we're going to continue doing the outreach as we've met with the city and other agencies that you've requested. So I'll go through the timeline right now, and just you can see that in 2023 and 2024, we started with site visits, talked to all the principals, talked to the staff, talked to the community, had multiple meetings. And then later in 2024, we started to develop the SD plans and then presented them conceptually so that we could get feedback. We got that feedback and we presented to the board, and the board wanted to continue the outreach. So we have ongoing outreach and to collect feedback from a variety of sources, including the staff, the students, the community, and the city, and the youth leagues. And we're here today to show you that we've listened and we've provided feedback and adjusted the designs to stay within budget. And then the next piece will be in April, when we have the final SD development after we get the continued feedback that we're going to get in March and April. And then May, we'll come back and present the final SD plans for your approvals to go forward. And then in June, the Vargas project has already been put out to bid, accepted, and will start construction on the outdoor greening and outdoor learning, which will be so valuable to that school. And I hope that the community, the students, and the board will observe what's happening there and what a transformation it will be for our students and our community. So the first project was Graham Middle School. And this is just an example of a lot of the input we received from the principal-led staff, student, parents, community meetings. And then we met with the principals after reviewing all of this information and confirmed that this was important and this was correct. Then in the next slide, we show you how we applied that information, where we listened to that the outdoor learning areas between the wings was not important and it might be disruptive. So we want to have less of that and move that toward other areas of importance. By removing the other proposed improvements, we were able to increase other benefits to the school district, which they felt was more important by shifting the bike enclosures. So a lot of this stuff doesn't appear to be specifically greening, but it's what the school needs, and it helps us establish a really important improvements that are supported and needed by the school, and that would really help develop the students. Everything we do, we add green to, because we feel it's critical that these kids that are all the students in Mountain View have a opportunity to connect with the natural world and each other. And they do that in a much safer environment outdoors than they do in the classroom. They can't do it the same way. It also structures them toward being able to be prepared for the outdoor world, where a lot of the tech world, more work is done outside than inside. More collaboration is developed by exchanging ideas in a much less formal environment. And it gives children that are not apt to want to play actively, play less actively, calm down. And it also benefits the entire community, because the schools are open for community use. And now they have more of a park-like environment, which is appropriate. Then we take those comments and we apply them to the redesign. And what we had with Graham is a redesign where we developed all these ideas, and we listened and then revised the design to accommodate them. So here in the next slide, you'll see the final design based on what we've heard to date. And we're going to continue to get feedback and adjust plans as necessary, and still try to stay in budget. And so you see a lot of the elements here that were asked for by the school. We've listened, we've applied them, and we've adjusted the design. And then we will go back and make sure that everyone understands that we've heard you. And some things, like at Castro, they wanted us to put the shade structures in, and I said, we can't do that, but we hope that you can get it done in another way through architectural work. And then, and so we did the same thing at Landell, and we reached out, we listened, we collected all the information, make sure that everything that we heard was applied on our adjusted plan by making notes on the plan and making sure we documented. So the reason we do this is so you have proof that we've listened, you have proof that it's been documented, and then we change it in the next plan. We show all these notes and how they're applied, and how we reduce the pathway so that we could incorporate and protect the outdoor soccer field and make sure it wasn't impeded. And yet they really wanted that path. It was really critical to their function as a school. They do a lot of parades and a lot of walks, and they wanted to have that path. We also improved the outdoor area and added play structures. When we needed upgraded play structures, we were able to accommodate that, but we made it with a play structure, but we also added green and shade. And where they needed shade, we added shade. So all of these weren't really major revisions, but they were listening and being responsive to the input that we received at each school. We developed then, the next slide shows how we've developed and listened, and you can see we show on all the plans the youth soccer layouts that they need and they want to have as well. And we've provided an appendix for each of these schools with a full list of all the input, the revised plan notations, and then the revised plan to date. And what we've done for this school, you can see, is we've lessened a lot of the in-between classroom work. We've added a lot of outdoor recreation in terms of playgrounds that they needed, and the pathways, and developed paving under the solar structure that is not paved and it's muddy. They can't use it. So a lot of the things are very practical, but still appropriate for improvements with outdoor use and outdoor learning, making it a safer, greener, and much more appropriate functional outdoor space for every school. And there's a parity that we're after. We're not doing the same thing everywhere, but we're doing it the same amount everywhere in terms of the budget. And then the last slide is basically we're trying to understand and wanted to communicate what the next steps are. So we have school parents and staff and parents meetings set up, scheduled for every school to come back and revisit, represent what we're showing you, so that we can get a confirmation. Then we have additional stakeholder meetings that you've requested that we meet with Mountain View Parks and Rec, which is scheduled now for the 9th of April. And Living Classroom, we're doing on our own, just to make sure that they understand that we're providing living classroom improvements at all the schools to the level that we can. So I'd like to open it up for questions and comments, please.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to revised plans going back to the school sites with your kind of expert engagement with the public and schools community to then update them some more. The one that I'm just trying to understand, we've gotten communication from some Landell's parents that the highest priority was a new kindergarten playground.
And that's been included.
And that's been included, but then we got an email and we had a public speaker earlier who I imagine will speak again today, who says that they met, that they met with the principal and the kindergarten is unnecessary, but they want to replace an existing playground. I guess we're getting conflicting public input. But I imagine that can be clarified when you go back to the school site.
Exactly.
Nothing here is set in
Nothing
stone.
it's not finished. It's started in the right direction, given your direction to continue feedback. And we want to make sure we get the priorities met of each school.
Is it possible for the trustees to receive calendar invites for the next public input sessions that Carducci is going to be at? I've been kind of picking off by showing up to different school site council meetings and get lucky and they happen to be discussing open space, but I feel like this is the kind of one of the final refinement points. And so I'd love to try and attend as many of these as I can. Thank you.
Some of them are Zoom, some of them are live. So we'll schedule and we'll provide that full schedule to you so that you can decide any board, 2 board members or all of you can not comment.
Any other comments? Questions? Okay, we'll take, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take public comment now. First, Trustee Nelson. I'm Trustee. Mr. Nelson.
My name is Stephen Nelson. I'm a former trustee who served along with President Lampert. And I did see at one time another former trustee, but he's disappeared. And we were the 3 that came in and actually started asking questions, deep questions, when the previous board had not. Go read what the current editor of The Voice said about that. Yeah, I want to remind you, board, that the new board, that roof replacements are boring, but they're needed. And the old buried pipes are also boring, but needed. But this greening project will not get you awards. Those definitely won't get you awards. And this greening project won't get rewards for you, unlike past President Conley, who was able to get $17,000 done so we could apply this district for a greening award. And the idea was pretty good. I think there's things to be said about that. But the other thing is, she got a great PR opportunity. You'll see she has a great picture of her accepting that award for the district. I'm sure will use it in her next run for city council. But here's the thing, landscaping isn't what makes learning. If you say this is going to be a learning environment, somehow it's changed, right? It swayed from a greening project to outdoor learning, right? It has the word learning in it, so it must be learning if it has the word in it. The Department of Government Efficiency must be about government efficiency, right? It has those words in it. This is maybe her dream that she had. I haven't seen any thesis that she wrote when she was up Berkeley taking architecture. If her landscape architecture course was very inspiring for her, and now she's getting to play that out with 10 million extra dollars of money that I'm helping pay for. But I think what we'd like to see is if this is a learning thing, how come there isn't curriculum? The other thing we'd like to see is this doesn't go in there and cost nothing. What is the cost of maintenance per year for these improvements that are putting in? These are things that are going to cost a lot, just like we saw for the trees being put in. It's going to cost a lot. It's going to come out of the general budget, so the general fund. Why have we not seen what the cost is from the architect, the landscape architects? You know this is going to cost money to maintain. Let's see those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next, Ms. Gray.
Hi there. At this point in the process, I would like to just point out that the items on these designs should be listed by priority for these school sites, and it should have the estimated costs. We should see the priority list of these items so people can understand why these designs, so people can understand the designs better, understand why things are on the list and why things aren't on the list. If you're a new trustee or parent, maybe you don't even know that Landell's first priority was actually that walking path. We're glad that it looks good and it's the right spot right now. But priority 2 was the kinder playground area, and it's the one that's beside the blacktop, not the kindergartens that are in that front yard. So to see a priority list as people are looking at these designs, that would help you with your future decisions, make principals and teachers feel like they're being heard, and help people understand why some of our priority outdoor needs aren't on this list, like a shade sail over the AstroTurf playground, that we do want that for safety to make it to make the grass less hot in the summer. Having that list will help people understand why are we getting some of these things that we actually want, but we're maybe getting some of these low priority landscaping options instead. Not everything fits a budget, and we understand that, but there shouldn't be small items on this list that say we'll talk with Living Classrooms later. There's been a lot of money and time spent on this over 2 years already. Susan Harder, the program director at Living Classrooms, has already gone through our site. She's identified that there's minimal need for upgrades. We just have one planter that doesn't have irrigation. That's the one planter that she would like replaced with something that's wheelchair accessible. Her vision is different than what we're seeing on this plan. She said the mature trees in the classroom wings don't need to be cut down and replaced. It's a good space. So Trustee Conley, I think Landell's needs your help polishing this plan so money goes where it's needed and doesn't look like wasteful spending. The plan that Carducci has told Principal Dolmans he can have, this plan is what Carducci has told Principal Dolmans he can have, and it's not necessarily what the school needs or was hoping for, but it is close. So and expand, so your understanding, we would appreciate your help, Devin, because you understand that keeping our natural grass is important. We don't want more AstroTurf. It's hot and dangerous in the summer. An expanded play area for kinders and first grades, it has to have playful items, not just shrubs and boulders and logs. If there's going to be play equipment in quotation marks, you need to know what that means and see examples, because kids want slides, playhouses, swings, sand, zip lines. Stone seating and crushed granite aren't exciting. So please think about, oh, I'm gonna run out of time. Well, I'll talk to you after. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Hendra.
Hello again. I just wanted to reiterate my previous comment about the possibility of downscaling the project, right? We don't have to spend $50 million because we're in a financial crisis brought upon by another big project that was not thought after very carefully. But anyways, so what I'm saying is, if you go, I take my kids go to Imai. If you go ask the parents now, would you rather have a walking path versus roofs that don't leak? I'm not sure if Imai's roofs are or what conditions are, but if you ask them those questions, I can guarantee you the answer would be roofs that don't leak, because that is very essential to the learning of the students. Have we ever asked those questions? Again, we need to make tough choices because we're in a financial crisis. Also, I would like to mention the other thing that was on the consent agenda. I think I wasn't here, so I missed it. I'm not sure what the decision was, but anyways, there was a rejection of the canopy proposal. Now, I actually know quite a bit about this because the $1.5 million proposal was for 10 sites, 50 trees each site, and over 5 years. Okay, that amounts to about $30,000 per year per site for ongoing care of 50 trees per site. So the proposal was rejected, as I understood it, with this reason. The total projected cost exceeds our current budgetary constraints. Now, I don't know if any of you have actually looked at the design of all these sites. There are a lot of trees. They cannot take care of themselves. Like Mr. Nelson previously had said, we have not seen, for months we've been asking this, where are the plans for ongoing maintenance of these trees that are going to be planted? That will cost money to water, to maintain by certified arborists. And Canopy, we balked at them, with the $1.5 million budget, which can be adjusted. That's how I understand it. It's per tree. And we kept going with this project that, again, some items are not outdoor learning or greening. So, I'm asking you again to take a look back and kind of try to look at things creatively. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Wong.
Thank you, President Lambert. Okay, so I'm not really sure why all the sites are locked into this greening project. I know some sites want some portion of improvement. Let's move forward with those, right? But what you're not hearing from the Carducci folks is they have a self-interest in presenting to you the feedback they've gotten, okay? And what you're not hearing is that if you expand the options of what school sites want to do with Measure T funds, let's say outside of greening, what other priorities overall besides greening would you want to do? That answer is, there are things like learning kitchens, facilities that actually facilitate learning, that allows us to offer more enriching electives, okay? What you're also not hearing is for certain sites, when you go and ask the folks on what do you guys think about this, people are like, I don't really know. Like all of these things seem good, but it's not really on their priority list or on their radar, okay? And so if you expand the scope to really truly ask the site of how they want to spend Measure T funds to improve the learning at their site, it's a very different answer than when you narrow it down and say, hey, what do you want for outdoor learning with these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options? So I guess what I'm asking for is, can we look into, given the fact that we also have to look into potentially, helping with the teacher housing, land purchase or whatever, right? This is a great place to cut things that people don't care about and move forward with projects that people do. I know sites have asked for lockers, right? And sites have asked for shade. Does Carducci take care of any of those? I don't think so. So I think what we need is district staff to look for our own interest and have folks present to you guys what each site really wants and not have a third-party vendor filter out what our school sites are giving us in feedback with their own self-interest embedded in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Ms. Liu?
Hi, this is Young. So I was told that Carducci was giving this project after they cut down these Vargas redwood trees when the original project was to build parking cover. They didn't care enough about trees then. How are they giving this like crazy greening? That's ridiculous.
Now, we shouldn't be spending more money to save more money, so stop wasteful spendings. I was told that there was a survey done asking student and community what they want before things was put on Measure T's. And they asked for a wood shop, cooking, metal shop, yet the kitchen was removed during the construction. They don't have a kitchen. I'm jealous when I see Anna showing NASA hunch, that Cupertino have. And she's been trying to get NASA hunch to our district for like the last 10 years. And we don't have that. NASA is in our neighborhood, and Cupertino is reaping the benefit of it. It's ridiculous. Now, how many lessons are really done outdoor with climate change? There will be lots of rains. Like, how would that work out? Grounds also need lockers for kids. Los Altos have lockers. Why don't we allow a survey and ask the kids, would they use a locker if they're given lockers? There's just so many other priorities. Different schools have different priorities. Just stop giving, putting $1.2 million on all of the school and ask them what they need and give them what they need. And also, we're told, projects are never come at plan. So this has the potential of costing us a lot more. How's that working out? So please stop wasteful spending. Thank you.
Before I take the online speaker, I'm afraid we're going to have to extend this meeting. I suggest for another till 11 o'clock.
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, we have one online speaker, Dean.
Yeah, I'd like to just address some of the confusion over the Landals proposal. Would it be possible to put on that Landals slide that was the last slide? Well, if it is, go ahead. If not, that's fine. So I think there's some disconnect between whatever the feedback and the the revisions. So some of the confusion is that I think maybe Carducci thought when they said they wanted the playground, it was the area labeled number 1, which is called the kinder playground, but that's actually not a frequently used area. And they were the principal is actually referring to number 9 on the map, which has an old play structure on it that should be replaced. So I just met with the principal and the office staff this week, and they said they would trade in all of the things on the list for that one replacement playground on number 9. So basically, all the other stuff was either unnecessary or low priority things. So that's some of the disconnects. So there definitely needs to be more rounds of gathering the feedback. And then, just to reiterate what some of the other people were saying too, I think we don't have to spend everything on strictly outdoor greening or outdoor quote learning. We can spend it on just learning, period. So instead of spending things on the unnecessary projects, we could be using them for arts or science labs, things that were actually on the first sentence of the Measure T ballot. So thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Just want to go back and about the vote to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock. Trustee Conley, Trustee Henry, and Trustee DeVazio and myself voted yes. Trustee Reed voted no. Okay, comments from the trustees.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to jump in, but Charles, your light is on.
You're on first.
Oh, I am looking forward to the next round of input. I think our principals did their best jobs trying to gather input, but they're also not landscape architects. And so there may be some challenges in that. I was in some of those meetings and they really did do their best effort, but they, they couldn't necessarily answer all of the questions that were asked, for example. And so that is why the board voted in December to have you all present in meetings with PTAs and school site councils to get that direct feedback, because I think you're the best equipped to incorporate that information into the designs. It was interesting, some of the public comments earlier. I think what was referred to was that we were named in the Green Ribbon Schools Awards, but we didn't actually receive, we got like a sort of a runners-up reward last year. Dr. Westover.
So Shelley can also speak at great length about this. But we received the Gold Award.
The Gold Award.
Much higher than runners-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. But I don't believe it was based on these plans at all. It was tied to our sustainability initiative.
Tied to the solar that we've been doing sustainability across the district.
Okay. So it's not actually related to the outdoor learning program, although maybe outdoor learning program, engaging students in the education process, or if we do find a different way to work with Canopy and engage our community in the tree planting and care and maintenance and that type of thing. Who knows, maybe that will help in a future application. But I don't think any trustee is up here trying to win awards. I think we're up here trying to do the best that we can for our community. And climate change is a real issue. So if we want our kids to be able to play outside safely, we're already having to keep kids in at schools when we have heat waves. I see some grandparents in the audience. We got an email earlier this year because they had to keep the kids inside because it was too hot on the artificial turf outside. Using permeable surfaces like grass, compressed granite, increasing shade canopy, all of those things help to mitigate the impacts of climate change on our children's ability to access the outdoors. And we know that access to the outdoors is really important to their mental health and overall well-being. So I have no problem dying on that hill. I think it is something that's really valuable for our community. And we have heard from, I believe, every single school site or almost every single school site in support of these projects. And so I know that there's wide community support. And I'm really excited to see them to continue. I wish we could do more. The original Measure T, or the original Master Facilities Plan had about $30 million budgeted for outdoor learning and landscape improvements. And so this is only half of that. And that was in 2019 dollars. So we are far behind what we had hoped for in the master facilities plan, but I think this is a good start, and it's going to be an ongoing iterative process to continue to improve our campuses over time.
Yeah, I think, so practically, I think when I had broached it last time that I was like involved PTAs and site councils and things, like I did envision it in some sense being like a sign off, because I'm a little perturbed to hear that like the principal potentially and staff were like, this doesn't align with the priorities that they want, and like a miss on like which is the kinder playground and the equipment there. Right, like the principals have like the autonomy to say like, this is not what we're interested in. Like they can, yeah, I think we'll look into it if that's the case. But like, I think it would be useful as an output of those sessions to be some sign off. I don't like playing telephone between like a bunch of hops, and so it's just like direct from those folks, like principals, PTA, or site council. I think would be helpful for us to, from this room make that decision without having to be in all of those meetings. I think is you're suggesting, right? Like, which is, yeah, if we can go, it's great, I think, but like it also helps us at least make an informed decision here, right? Like as these come back to us. I don't want people to get things that they don't want here, right? Like that's, I think none of us are interested in like forcing things to happen here for schools that are interested. So. Yeah, that's fair. I think.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment about design at Landals. So on the positive side, thank you for moving the walkway away from the middle of the field. However, on the negative side, as you know, and I will always say it, these fields don't belong to the school, they belong to the community. And any encroachment on open space in Mountain View is the beginning of the end. It's just carving off a little edge, a little piece there, building a pickleball court here, putting a tree there, and eventually our open spaces, the little that we have left, are going to disappear. I don't care what people want. This is wrong, okay? People have to look not only for themselves today, but for the students who are going to be at Landals and living in the community around Landals 50 or 100 years from now, because we are not going to get any more open land. So it's a tragedy. It's really literally a tragedy. And we talk about ecology, we pat ourselves in the back, give each other awards, and we basically are just walking down, this path to oblivion. So, I'm just sort of disappointed, but that doesn't change. I always am. I have a battle to fight with the Parks and Rec Commission next Wednesday. So this is the beginning. Any further comments?
Well, I think at a previous meeting, there was discussion around these designs aren't removing open space, and I sense disagreement there. But instead making it more accessible for all kinds of learners and all kinds of community members. So I'm thinking of a colleague who has a mobility disorder and has support from a service dog. And a pathway is going to make that outdoor learning and open space and parkland more accessible because it provides a stable place to walk. Or I remember when we were talking about Monaloma and fencing, and there were some very vocal senior citizens in our community who were very concerned about actually the paved path at Monaloma being encroached on in any way because it's how they were able to access the park. They couldn't necessarily enjoy this space from kind of the uneven grassland, but having a safe, stable path to walk on was how they were able to access it. And so I think these are what I consider to be multi-generational and multi-accessible designs, which I really appreciate. And I'm also, I think something that, sorry, this came to me after, and I should have brought it up earlier, but when I'm very familiar with nature-based play structures because I have family in Colorado, and if you go to a public park in Colorado, their play structures don't look like our play structures. Their play structures are stones and logs and big, interesting kind of wooden structures, and they're not kind of the cookie cutter plastic outputs that we have for our play structures. And so I'm curious if some of the designs, I was looking at like a kind of nature play area, and I'm wondering if very concrete examples for people about the types of equipment that could appear in those spaces would be helpful. I've been to Parks and Recreation Committee meetings where that was discussed, and for one of the parks that was being designed on Chiquita, and people didn't understand it until they were able to see how it was actually built. And so that might be another place where there's miscommunication. But you can build in all of the climbing and sliding and exploratory opportunities using what appear to be more natural elements than using kind of the straight play structures that we have. I don't want to assume that's what was in your plans, but if that is what you're trying to do, I did not see pictures of that, for example, in the school site council meetings that I attended. But I know way back when we did the Green Schools Index and metrics, they were part of presentations to the board, but they didn't make it into the presentations with the designs. And it may be helpful to anchor discussions for people to have those photos again that illustrate what you're talking about, because it can be hard to read a plan and actually envision it.
Looking down the slide, and that happens very minimal, and then they get tired of it.
Trustee Henry?
Just a couple of thoughts. I think overall, my interest in this project is definitely not to win awards. It's to keep kids safe and to make our campuses, make the whole campus useful as a learning space. I definitely, that email from the beginning of the year, from the hand, I very much appreciate our principal at Graham for taking the initiative to think through what are we going to do? It's going to be 102 degrees. But not having kids have to be kind of huddled away and unable to go outside with these, the way our campuses are set up is very open spaces. So that's sort of what drives my interest in this. I think maintenance cost, I hope, has to be factored in along the way and not be something that we get, have to completely scrap something at the end to once we've gotten 11 beautiful plans. So that's something that definitely I hope is being considered as these plans are being drafted. The one thing, and I don't know how my fellow trustees, if this struck them, the parity piece, I appreciate conceptually, but I think we have a lot of different situations on our different campuses, and not just even, I'm appreciative not trying to do the same things on every campus, because not every campus needs the same things. But even there's going to be, to me, it seems like there's a range of even what campuses need, and some need some things that will get them where they need to be that may be more minimal, but and then other campuses, obviously Vargas needs a lot. And so I personally am comfortable with doing what the campuses need, not as much making sure we kind of feel like we're doing the same amount for each one.
I want to piggyback on that in that we've heard from parents, we've heard from the communities at these schools, they have specific priorities, and we should really be matching up with that. And if there are things on that plan that they don't want, do they belong on those plans? Those top priorities absolutely should be covered, and it's, if we don't spend all the money, we don't spend all the money if we've hit all of their top priorities. I'd like to see, as someone suggested, the list of their priorities and what the costs are associated with those, and some models of what do these play structures look like. What we're seeing top-down versions, but what does this actually look like? That way the community can kind of see more details as to what's going to be put in that space.
Yeah, I just want to add on to the financial discussion. So I caution my colleagues that it is challenging to I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. I think at this point, telling some schools we're going to take away some of the funding that's already been offered to them is not a successful strategy, because let's look at Landals, for example. Perhaps they prioritize a play structure that isn't included yet. I don't know. This is all theoretical. Play structures are very expensive, and it will take most of their budget. But allocating less to them and just giving them that play structure doesn't feel right either. This is a drop in the bucket approach. This is like a first piloting of trying to do this in our campuses. And $1.2 million is not very much for a landscape project across a school site that's 4 acres or more. These are very large sites, and they have everyone I have heard from can identify significant needs at this site that I think is going to eat through the money. So I don't want to open up the can of worms of shifting who gets what money. At this point, the designs have been designed around a budget, and will continue to be designed around the budget that's allocated to them, I hope.
So that's the original timeline slide showed that we've been in this process now for over 2 years. And, we did thorough walkthroughs, we met with the principals, we've met with staff, we've met with Living Classroom, we've now met with the city, we've met with all the youth sports leagues. So we have collected a lot of information on these school sites. And we went through a process where we put together this whole green metric, where we, broke down the objectives of this project into these different categories and met with the staffs and scored them. So we've been through a pretty comprehensive process at this point. And last summer in our office, we began the process of designing the schools based on all the input we had received. And we came up with what were called pricing plans. And those pricing plans had a much larger scope of work. And we had those plans, then a cost estimate, a rough cost estimate was done by Greystone. And we paired back what was in those pricing plans to what showed up in the initial rendered plans that were presented in November based on the priorities that we had heard from the school. And we have presented to this board slides where we have said, these are the priorities that were, identified by the school, in these various contexts. And so we have, paired back to the extent that we've needed to for each school, what we had hoped to do to what we could do based on the priorities that were set. Now, because this process has been going on for 2 years, the people who have been participating in this process have changed. Roughly half the principals have changed in the last year. So the parents who are active, the staff members, so we are now getting sort of new priorities, and we are trying our best to incorporate these shifting priorities into the designs as they go through further revisions. So there has been a lot of listening to priorities. There has been a paring back, and you certainly could make the decision to remove money from the project, but we're pushing the project out in time and removing money. It's honestly just going to lead, I think, to disappointment, is what you're saying, that the schools are going to hear that things that they really want are not going to happen. So whatever you want to do with the money is up to you, obviously, but the priorities are there. The limitations have already been placed on these projects, and you will be surprised by how quickly, $1.2 million goes onto us, gets eaten up in these projects. So it may seem like a lot of money, but in reality, we've already cut back. And I know that the trustee Lambert has said multiple times that he'd like to spend more money, or, spend the money on fewer schools and do more. So there's an understanding that, 1.2 million is a big number, but it doesn't get you nearly to everything that these schools would like to see. So.
Yeah, I'll just make one comment. I've been with this project, I agree, for listening to it for a while. And to me, it's just gone all sorts of different ways at different times and sort of been blown out of proportion, and sort of has a life of its own, quite frankly. Okay. Any more comments? We have removed the board meeting calendar from the agenda. I think the correction needs to be made on it, my understanding. We'll move on to the volunteer update. Ms. Bickford.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you, Shelley, for presenting. You can go on to the next slide, thanks. I'm happy to be here this evening to share another update about the volunteer process. As stated previously, we know that our volunteers contribute to many important aspects of our district. Last month, I shared with you that we are updating the definition of a regular volunteer in the new year. So I'm not going to spend any more time on this slide. Last month, I also shared with you that the mandated reporter training requirement would continue as it currently stands. But after hearing feedback from you at the board meeting and from the community and from members of the District Advisory Council, I am coming back today to amend this and, and recommend that we move forward with training every other year for mandated reporting. In addition to that, I also am bringing tonight a recommendation that we move forward with the Keenan training that is only an hour long. It's available in English and in Spanish. We will use that moving forward rather than the much longer state website, which now is only available in English and Spanish too. Unfortunately, they've taken away all of the other languages. So, Shelley, if we could move on to the next one too. Thank you. You know, as we stated last time, you know, we will be surveying all of our parents in the spring, coming up very soon, to find out what folks want to do in the future about volunteering. And anyone who wants to be a regular volunteer, we'll be happy to help them process right at the beginning of the year. They will need a fingerprint clearance, only needed once though. They don't need to redo that at all. TB clearance, that of course is good for multiple years. And then that mandated reporter training only once every 2 years. So those who completed this year will not need to do that next year. We'll have all of those records on file. And so we really hope that, you know, these changes will make a big impact for our volunteers. And I really want to thank everyone for the feedback and the, you know, the collaboration and cooperation, you know, in making the updates that will support our volunteers and our families and our students too. Thank you.
Question, can we, do we offer to pay for the, I guess, these services?
For the, well, the
The
mandated,
volunteers, just, you know, for their fingerprinting and any of the forms they need to fill out?
so some volunteers can have their fingerprints paid for. Right now, we offer for those who are economically disadvantaged to pay for their fingerprints.
Yeah, I'd like to see as many people, if we could pay for everybody, and that would be great. It would encourage more people to volunteer.
We'll have to, I'm going to write that note down and come back to you. Thank you.
We can try, I mean, I'm not suggesting implemented, it's sort of a
Sure.
long-term goal, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
I guess related to that, like what percentage, we had something like 800-ish new, what percentage of those were new and needed the fingerprints? Roughly.
Roughly, I think we had about 350 that were new this year.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a time for public comment. I see Ms. Liu is waiting to speak.
Hi, thank you. So LASD rolls up to MVOA, and they don't require the volunteer to take mandated reporter training. MVOA provided free TB testing and free fingerprinting for everyone, regardless of income. And then they only require their level 3 volunteer for mandated reporter training. And those are tutors outside for nonprofits after school, robotic clubs, or, you know, like these field trips. And they're usually overnight field trips to Europe or other states. Stevenson have 346 batches this year. Out of those, there's only 20 that's going on to the overnight field trips. One night in Coloma for 4th grade. That's it, 20 volunteers out of 346 volunteers. So if you follow MVOA, then only those should be required for mandated reporter training. Other people shouldn't. And again, you're not violating state law. But I'm okay with, you know, volunteer knowing and understanding mandated reporter. I think that's great. So like if you want volunteer to take that training once and understanding it, and maybe a few years later, like 5 years, but it's not. And state law, CDE also say encouraged, and don't say highly encouraged, they say it's encouraged. So again, none of the other district that I know with parent participation, they don't require this. So if you're gonna require this, make it easier for people and then make it fair. If you're gonna say that you're gonna follow MVOA, then follow MVOA. And that's it for overnight field trips. And that's 20 parents in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Any other speakers present? Don't see any. I do not see anyone online. Therefore, we'll close this item and move on to the vendor selection checklist. Thank you for reminding me. Hold on, we have to have a discussion first. Anybody have any comments? Seeing no comments, then again, I'll close the item. Oh, Trustee DeFazio?
Getting late. Yeah, I think just one thing to highlight, I think we have the policy committee where we're going to bring some volunteer policy coming up for Code of Finance. So we'll be able to discuss more of this in subsequent meetings. One thing that I think as we evaluate kind of like the effectiveness of volunteers and any bottlenecks we have, I would like to primarily just see like how can we like efficiently move folks through the process and make sure that we're like processing them quickly. So maybe just like some metrics like median time from when you start till when you're done, so that we can just, for folks that are onboarding, we can kind of just keep them rolling through. I think that's just efficient operations, removing friction for folks trying to volunteer at schools. So.
Any further comments, Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I'll note, I don't know if it's the same at every school. When I was at Stevenson, I think it's still the case. Volunteers were not invited into the classroom until after the first 6 weeks of school, usually because there's a whole process of kind of sitting classroom culture, and that gives us a nice buffer. One of the challenges with the volunteer fingerprinting, my understanding is that we're also doing staff fingerprinting to get ready for the start of the school year for new hires and things like that. So as much as possible, I agree we should expedite it, but I want to make sure our staff get fingerprinted first. And then at one point we had explored like a mobile van that had gone to sites to do fingerprinting. But I think it went to Castro and Mistral and all of the slots were signed up for very quickly. And there were many people who still wanted to do it. So it may be exploring that option for the coming year. People don't have to be fingerprinted after July 1. It's just the mandated reporter training that has to be after July 1. Your fingerprinting is good for as long as you're in the district. So we could get a jump if there are people who are currently enrolled or who have enrolled their children for the upcoming year. We could go ahead and engage them in the volunteer process now as well and encourage them to pursue fingerprinting. And then if they're socioeconomically disadvantaged, go ahead and start doing that outreach to get them through our system for free.
Suggestions, thank you.
Any additional comments? Okay, we'll move on then to item G, vendor selection checklist. This is an action item.
So for brevity tonight, because I know we're at 10:30 right now, I can forego my full presentation and touch on just the pieces that I think there are questions on. So this is coming back to the board. Again, this is a revisiting our vendor checklist. This is the vendor list that's being shown to the board for potential approval is specifically for professional services that refer to specialized functions requiring unique skills, knowledge, and expertise. An example with this would be something that was brought up earlier today was the mechanics that we use for our buses because it requires specialized certification and reporting. School district can't go to any mechanic to maintain our buses. It has to be a very specialized shop. And it was sent out to trustees for the requirements that it must have as well as the reporting piece. So specifically for that vendor list, there was a good trustee question that came in that was asking, it looks like there's a couple of different types of different vendors that are on this list. I wanted to point out an example that comes from Ed Services. So Houghton Mifflin Harcourt is a current textbook adoption that also offers professional development services. So if Ed Services needs to provide additional professional development using Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, resources, it would be beneficial to continue the relationship without undergoing a new RFP process. Because this is our current textbook adoption, we would want this group to come in and do the PD for the teachers as opposed to going out for an RFP, especially because it deals with our specific textbook adoption. So there's several in there that they both do textbook adoption. So that would be more materials of stuff. And PD. So the ones that you are listed now as services have placed on there specifically because they do PD, which falls into that professional services category. Cabinet looked over these, and the goal was to maintain continuity of services and operational efficiency to make sure that the vendors that were currently providing services could continue providing those specialized services and remain accessible without unnecessary procurement delays. So what also went out to trustees was a sheet that you could see how much we've paid to the vendors this year. You'll notice that some of those vendors, they've received nothing from us this year, but we're trying to be proactive in that when we know next year or the following year, we're going to use these same vendors again, it would not be advantageous for us to go out for an RFP when, for example, they provide PD for our current textbook adoption. Also, as part of the presentation, I had put up our vendor checklist and a couple of things that we were suggesting the change. So school sites would not be required to do the checklist. Typically, their purchases are well below that $50,000 threshold. They're purchasing typically materials. If they're bringing in PD, it is a lower amount because they're not doing it district-wide like we do. It also allows for an explanation to be provided, but from the board's feedback last time during our discussion, we didn't want to provide a lot of like, why is this one particular vendor a sole source vendor? So this vendor list is intended to reduce the number of those that you get, but there may be circumstances in which a sole source vendor would be appropriate. But then again, the board could see that rationale and say, no, we prefer you to do it on RFP, and that's completely okay. Questions. So that was trying to condense it.
Trustee Conley?
It was very helpful. I think my question is, so the vendor list is, I think, a great start and a good way to be efficient. What will be the process for reviewing or updating vendor list in the future?
That's a great question. I think we're building the airplane as it's going. I think in this case, if we start to see that the vendor list is stale, we would bring it back for a revisit, remove some vendors. For example, if we adopt a new textbook curriculum and it's no longer Houghton Mifflin, we would take Houghton Mifflin off and add our new one on.
Okay.
I don't have an exact time frame.
Well, so the process might be that it comes back to the board as the vendor list for review periodically.
Yes.
Based on changes as needed.
Yes.
And then if there are board concerns regarding the vendor list, we could always reach out to our process for getting, maybe this is something our policy committee wants to look at, but our current process for agenda setting, if a trustee would like something on the agenda, is to email the superintendent and the board president and proceed from there. And if it's denied there for any reason, it can be then brought for a vote to the board about whether or not it would be agendized.
I can suggest we could also put it on the governance calendar to come back every 2 years or
Perfect.
whatever the preferred time frame is.
That would be
might a
perfect.
Better way to,
I was going to suggest the same thing and just have a sort of a fixed date. Okay,
Yeah.
this is
Sure.
governance calendar, I think helps solve that problem.
does 2 years sound reasonable? Rebecca, what do you?
Honestly, I'd say we do it every year
Okay.
because if we have a new textbook adoption, then we just put it on.
We want to catch it.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
Yep.
so we'll do that annually.
And then my question was just going to be just clarifying. So this list would just change, not requiring an RFP or looking for other vendors for those types of contracts, but the contract itself
The contract is,
would go through the usual process, right? And would,
Trustee DeFazio? Will we be publishing this publicly on the website somewhere as we maintain it? I think that might be
we
potentially.
can. I think my thought was to put it on the intranet for staff, but we can put it on the website easily.
I think it's helpful, just
Yep.
transparency on this. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Westover. Now we'll hear from Mr. Nelson.
I hope I sent one of these in, but if not, there's another one.
They actually have
Oh, good. 3 of them? Yeah, I think this would be a great idea to update it annually or as needed if she needs to bring it up. Because we have digital documents now, so we don't have to get the typist to type it up and then try to mimeograph it. The other thing is, if it's done annually, President Lambert, this would be a great thing to put on the board governance calendar, as I've been trying to bug you guys. It just says, this is something we have to think about. We're going to do it on whenever is the time when there isn't very much else, or, Westover wants to have it, our CFO wants to have it done. What I'd say, it's great. I'm glad to see the school sites are not on here anymore, because the school sites are not the six-figure problems with having contracts. What we've seen and what aroused the wrath of this community was six-figure contracts that looked shady. Okay, so keep that in mind. If it's a five-figure contract, these things can get signed and we're not worried about it now. We know we have vendors. I do want to bring up the thing that I brought before, and the CFO mentioned, Silicon Valley performance. Here's the problems with that. Why I was deeply disappointed in my CFO, because I'm part of the community and she's spending part of my money. So this is not on the vendor list. And when I looked at the checklist that happened that she signed and the department person signed, it's up to $150,000 contract. It had one and only one application. And the thing that is, I think, unacceptable to the community, it had no documentation, benchmarks, or reason why it was set up as a special vendor. If she has a reason why it was a special vendor, why wasn't that documented? We want this kind of stuff documented when that contract is filled out. We don't want to have to ask about it. We want to be able to just see it. So I guess I'll be talking to her if she's still talking to me. But that's the kind of thing we really expect. When you have a no competition special vendor, there should be a checkbox always explaining why. And if I would suggest, this was a list that didn't have any other columns in it. If you put columns, you sort of separated it. But one of the things, if you've got, a spreadsheet, you can sort it and you can have a couple columns for what they are. You can have one sort, make a PDF, and this represents the list in one way, and you have another sort to do it that way. And boy, if you can put those SARC thing of which item it is, it'll help the rest of them.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I do not see any speakers online. Bring it back to the board for comments. Would the trustees have comments? Okay, if not, then we will move on to the next item.
We need to take action.
Oh, it is an action item, yeah. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the selection checklist, vendor selection checklist?
So motioned.
Okay, I have a second.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee DeFazio and seconded by trustee Henry to approve the vendor selection checklist as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is also an action item. So we have a resolution in support of recognizing Women's History Month. We used to present it. Dr. Ullman is not here.
I'll present attached as a resolution recognizing this month as Women's History Month, and the importance of recognizing women's contributions to history and society. So I think it's important that we recognize these and stand behind these types of contributions, and this resolution is brought before you to do that.
Do we have a choral reading? I'm going to start with trustee Conley.
Do we need to take public comment first?
Okay, do we have any questions about this?
Sorry, we usually
Do we have any
vote-
questions?
we-
I'll get to,
Okay.
I'll get to it. Do it formally. Any questions? Any public comment? Trustee Nelson? Former trustee Nelson?
Yeah. Sometimes these resolutions are almost seem non-actionable. But one of the things about the women's suffrage is I made Ellen Wheeler chuckle when I changed the words of the Declaration of Independence to make sure it includes the women that can now vote, since suffrage was passed in the United States by an amendment to the Constitution. If you know the history of that, that includes younger man in a legislature somewhere in the Midwest, thinking he wanted to honor his mother and go against his party by voting to ratify and be the last state needed in the 3/4 ratification, state ratification, to make an amendment, official part of the Constitution. So our histories are intertwined, as we know. And it's a good thing that we have this month and it's recognized. That's all.
Okay, do I have any speakers online? Not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board for comment.
Make a motion
Okay,
to approve resolution number 03-030625 as presented and do a choral reading.
Second.
we have a motion by trustee Conley, a second by trustee Reed to approve the resolution in support of recognizing Women's History Month. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, you may begin the choral reading.
Whereas members of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Education are honored to join communities across the country and recognize March 1st, 2025 as the start of Women's History Month, and
Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made significant and historic contributions to the growth and strength of our society in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and
Whereas the full participation of women is a foundational tenet of democracy. Women, often women of color, have been on the front lines, fighting for and securing equal rights and opportunity throughout our country's history as abolitionists, civil rights leaders, suffragists, and labor activists, and
Whereas, as community leaders, educators, doctors, scientists, childcare providers, and more, women power our economy and lead our nation. As first responders and service members, they stand watch over our lives and liberties. As innovators, entrepreneurs, and essential workers in every industry, they represent the very best of us. And
whereas despite these contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, labor, business, and in study of history. And
whereas despite significant progress, women and girls continue to face systemic barriers to full and equal participation in our economy and society, due at least in part to the disparities that persist in economic security, healthcare, and caregiving responsibilities, especially for women and girls of color, and
whereas additional education is needed to increase the knowledge of all citizens relative to the contributions of women and opportunities for girls and women to develop their leadership skills and to eliminate bias in education and the workforce, and
whereas during Women's History Month, we celebrate the countless women who have fought tirelessly and courageously for equality, justice, and opportunity on behalf of all women. We also reaffirm our commitment to advancing rights and opportunity for women and girls in Mountain View and around the world.
therefore, be it further resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 03-030625 to encourage the celebration of Women's History Month in the schools of the district with culturally responsive activities and to acknowledge the significance of Women's History Month now and always.
okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is discussion and action on the compensation of the future superintendent. Okay, we discussed this item in closed session. We reviewed the salaries of the senior office staff. We reviewed the salaries in various school districts throughout Santa Clara. And we discussed this is a salary range that we will be giving to leadership associates that they will put forth in response to applications for the superintendent position. And it was suggested that the range be from $335,000 to $385,000. We did not discuss benefits, and benefits are not part of this discussion. We will just address those later. Do I have any questions from the trustees? Do I have any members of the public who wish to speak on the proposed superintendent salary range? Okay. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you for bringing this. Of course, you know I'm going to be studying all the case law for Brown Act to see if you're talking about a future contract is something that is allowed to be done in behind the opaque wall. I know the lawyers will tell you, oh yes, we could do that. But remember, the Brown Act isn't what some people say, including even former trustee Wheeler. It doesn't say you have to do this. It is the maximum obscurity you can have for what you're talking about. So when you have something where you're discussing ground lease, it is a contract you're talking about, but you don't have to have it in private, and you can have some of it in public and then take the part that is going to be really excruciating and you want to talk to the lawyer about how we do it. You can take that part private. Okay, it doesn't happen much, but it's, if you've ever tried to dance a tango, it's a difficult dance. Even doing waltzes correctly is difficult. There's some stuff that you don't want to show people when you're practicing, but there's other stuff you got to go out there and show. You know, it's going to be a wedding. So I urge you to try to realize the Brown Act says this is the most you can get away with, not this is what you have to do. That's a misstatement of what the Brown Act is. I'm glad I could see before I talked to the interim superintendent about this kind of stuff that he was shaking his head. Yeah. So I'm glad you're doing this. One of the issues is there's always something that we want to know. And when I look at salaries and how much it costs, it's the total cost of employment. So if you go look at Transparent California, it will show what somebody's salary is, what their benefits are. It's very interesting to go and see how different health benefits are, because we've moved this district to now everybody gets family health coverage. And when I first came in, there were people that were excluded who were new employees who weren't getting full family health coverage. They were only getting it for themselves or a very minimal amount. So I realize we're not equal in how we give people health coverage, but that's okay. But we want to know the other kind of bennies that the executives get. So be sure, it's hard to decide because they're going to be negotiating with you on that too. We want a car. We want an electric car because then we can get free power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Liu?
Hi, trustees and the boards. For the compensation for future superintendent, I urge you for future contract to put an all-inclusive one number base salary. That's what they do at Union School District. One number, 5% increase based on board approval. They do a performance twice a year. I mean, our superintendent gets so many perks. He gets his salaries, I don't know, his cell phone paid for, his home internet, whatever else he get, all these like travels that he gets outside Santa Clara County is covered for all these meals, all these like, conference, all the books that he orders, um, and the home loan that he, like the mortgage, like the interest-free home loan that all of us pay, but he doesn't have to pay for that, like that. Just, just so confusing. Just give us one number. That's it. So just please do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. I do not see any speakers online. Do any of the trustees have comments? Okay, do I have a motion to propose this range and provide it to leadership associates for the superintendent's salary, $335,000 to $385,000?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by trustee Reed and a second by trustee Henry that we approve providing a salary range for a future superintendent from $335,000 to $385,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We will move on to the last item on our agenda, award of contract to Christie White Associates Incorporated for auditing services. Dr. Westover?
Good evening, trustees. I am anticipating foregoing the presentation again, but hitting the highlights. So the RFP was sent out to every auditor that provides services in the county. We got a full list from the County Office of Education. We sent out the full list of all but two for different reasons. Those two were not included, but it went out to everyone. We then got the proposals back, had a team of individuals that scored the proposals, including a member from our budget oversight committee. The invitation went out to everyone on the budget oversight committee. And we had one person join us who was a CPA, and we went through and scored the proposals. There were a few questions about why would a 3-year contract be awarded? So typically auditors you don't change auditors every year. The disruption that's caused by changing an auditor every year is not beneficial to the auditor, not beneficial to who they're auditing. So typically you see it done in 3-year timeframes, which is what you see presented to you tonight. Any other general questions about the process or auditors?
Within the firm itself, the person who does the audit, though, changes annually?
It's changed. That was in the trustee questions. It's outlined how many years that the lead auditor would change, and then going back here. So Michael Ash was the partner in charge from 2015 to 2019. Kyle Montgomery has been the partner in charge from fiscal year 2019 to 2020. So it shifts who the lead auditor is. So even though it's within the same firm, you have a different lead auditor. The idea is that you have different eyes on it.
Could you just briefly comment about what Christie White, the auditor, does in this case? There's different type of auditors. And we had that, it came up before in a conversation, so.
Yes. Sorry, Nadia is just texting me. She's down in her office. She says no more than 6 years per law for changing the lead auditor. So Christie White has changed more frequently than that. In terms for auditing services, so this came up previously. What do they do when they're looking? They're making sure that funds have been categorized properly. They're checking to make sure. So I know, for example, that if something is submitted, that it's got a receipt behind it, that it corresponds to what the reimbursement is for. What they are not checking for, though, is that they do not check for, do they feel this is a good expense or a bad expense? They simply say, was this an expense and was it approved appropriately? Same thing for when they look at our contracts. Was the contract procedure followed? Meaning, did it go to the board for approval? Was it approved? When we're looking at how we pay for things, do we have an okay to pay? So when we get an invoice, we don't pay it automatically. We're going back to the originator of the contract saying, did you receive this service? They say yes, then we pay. So they're checking that all of those checks were in place, but they're not checking for whether or not they think it's a good expense. Is that helpful?
Trustee Henry?
Just looking at the list of auditing firms in the area that you added online this afternoon or yesterday, but it looked like there were 8-ish in the area and 2 you didn't in the RFP too. I just kind of
There was a few more. Let me pull it up.
some of them seem to be used, several, but is it only these 2 sent in proposals?
That's correct.
Okay.
You know, and I think this was an extra step that we wanted to do. So it wasn't required that we needed to go out for an RFP this year, but given kind of the circumstances, we wanted to make sure that we're going to do it anyway. So.
Yeah, thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Any further comment, questions? Any member of the public wishing to speak on this? Okay, I'm going to have to request a 15-minute extension.
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:15 p.m.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio to extend the meeting until 11:15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Trustee Conley, now I got her. That's why I was going to say everybody out. Trustee Conley, trustee Henry, trustee DeFazio, and trustee Lambert voted aye. Trustee Reed voted nay. Okay, Mr. Nelson, you may begin.
Thank you. By the way, your school board meeting cards are, have a legal error in them. It says, please state your name. You really need to put something on here that says this is entirely optional. Otherwise, it looks like you're requiring people to say who they are, and that actually is against the law. But one of the things I wanted to say is you may not understand, previous trustees didn't, that there's several different kinds of audits that are done of government agencies. They talk about in these things what kind of audit these are. And I'm not quite sure if I got this right, but this is audits going backwards rather than, I mean, way back. Because this auditor already audited us before. So remember, when you see an audit that says it's a funds audit, all it means, and you have to read the fine print near the end, is this isn't looking whether the procedures are right. This isn't looking for if the purchasing department is always having receipts on the back of things and things are getting, credit cards are getting checked off as they're supposed to do. The main thing a funds audit does, and that's one of the audits, is just see, you said you had $15 million in this bin. They're checking to see if those funds are in that bin, and they're checking to see the main way funds got in there and the main way funds got out. But it wouldn't have caught any of the stuff that was happening. So unless she's doing a different kind of an audit, and I really don't know what they are. I don't know if your intern superintendent knows what they are, but you're going to find this special audit that the county is paying that the state is paying $60,000, I think, to have a special audit done, is more like a forensic audit. And I really wish this board would do what I realized I didn't understand when I was on the board, that you have a process audit. Are they set up to catch these things? Are they always having people who are going on trips submitting? What's the percent rate of making sure if you don't submit a receipt, you don't get it paid? It doesn't matter. That's why I'm trying to get the CFO be responsible for this and not the superintendent just puts it in. And if he doesn't have a accounting for it, well, he's the guy who says, oh, that's okay. That's not a great system. That's why a number of superintendents gets fired. There was a Woodside superintendent who spent time in jail for what he did because it wasn't audited right. And so there's stuff that goes on when you give people power, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Wong?
Okay, just really quick. We've had Christy White for 9 years, I think is the number. And given the recent stuff, I know this is not something that her team is supposed to be auditing, but she's based out of San Diego, or the firm is based out of San Diego. Can we at least go with a local firm? I know we have firms that are in San Jose and whatnot, and maybe that might be better. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Ms. Liu?
Yes, I just wanted to bring up, we've been with them for 9 years, so I think it's time to explore other firms. Like see what Palo Alto use, see what Union use, see what Los Altos use. And also, I think Dr. Westerwell mentioned they check like if something was submitted, if the receipt were provided. And I've seen quite a bit of CPIA result where receipt was not provided and that was not caught. So clearly they're not doing their job well. So please consider another firm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Seeing no further in-person speakers and no one online, bring it back to the board for comments. Trustee Henry?
So I will say when I saw on the agenda that the recommendation was for Christy White, I had the kind of an immediate I was hoping for there to be something new. But now hearing that you did approach all of the auditing firms that are used by Palo Alto and the other districts in the area, and they didn't submit a proposal, just these two, and then seeing that it seemed like the scoring difference was in a couple of categories that seemed significant. I don't know if I can get to that page, right? But things, if somebody else has it in front of them, but sorry. I guess seeing that specifically the other firm scored so much lower in methodology, experience, disclosure between the two. Christy White's clearly the better option in that way. I guess maybe I'm curious a little bit more about a little more color on what those much lower scores mean, but that's just kind of not hear from my fellow trustees.
I could just add a little bit of color. Just Los Altos use Siobhan and Associates. They are moving this year from Siobhan and Associates to Christy White. Just I checked on it, just so you know.
Yeah, that was primarily going to be my comment of the fact that, looking through the list, I was like, we have looked at Siobhan Associates and Christy White, and then Los Altos. We have someone from Los Altos here, and they're, formerly from Los Altos, now Mountain View, now you're ours. But, they're using Siobhan Associates, like where's that mismatch there? And I think you answered that, so.
Okay, this is an action item. Do I have a motion to approve the award of contract to Christy White Associates for auditing services?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Trustee Reed and a second by Trustee DeFazio to award a contract to Christy White Associates Incorporated for auditing services. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Okay, next, do we have any board updates? Trustee DeFazio?
I'll be brief. I think we covered it earlier. We had the Staff Housing Oversight Committee where, we've discussed that plenty, but Trustee Conley and I were there, and I think I'm really excited about how that's working to kind of shake out issues that were going, and actually I think it will be a benefit. And then we had our inaugural meeting, Trustee Henry and I, of the Policy Committee, and so in coming meetings we'll have some recommendations, I think, from that committee, and planning out the work for that was quite productive.
Okay, thank you. Any other board updates?
I'm just going to promote the Graham Musical is going to be coming up in March. It's the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Ticket sales are going live soon, so get yours quickly.
May I make one comment? Just an update to the board. We are still receiving quite a number of public record requests. And we are now in the unfortunate situation, there are so many of them, we're going to be missing timelines. So I may be bringing to the board in the future the need to hire additional staff, or I'll have to do a cost analysis or send out to attorneys for that. It's not someone, unfortunately, Shelley's doing most all of them right now. I think we have a current one that looks like it's going to be in excess of 5,000 pages that have to go through hand redaction, page by page. And it's just where we're spending a lot of time. It can't be a clerical level person doing this, right? We need someone with some knowledge of the district, understanding redaction, and so forth. So I just wanted to put that on the board's radar.
Okay, thank you. Any additional updates? Okay, future board meeting dates. We have a special meeting next Saturday, March 15th, to review superintendent applications with leadership associates. And then our next board meeting is Thursday, March 20th. Okay, no further comments. I will adjourn the meeting at